I will be moderating the first panel, and first we invite you to see the film The Voice of Resistance. Actually, it will depict actually the whole story from the very first day of a large-scale invasion.
Ви традиційно дивитесь ранок на Суспільному.
Ви дивитесь Суспільну студію.
Цоберхофа, Суспільне спорт.
Суспільне Запоріжжя. Суспільне Суми. Донбас. Зворотний відлік.
Ми традиційно говоримо про найважливіше.
Суспільне – єдиний організм.
Суспільне об'єднало в собі обласні державні телерадіокомпанії, 3 канали радіо і 2 загальнонаціональні телеканали.
Ми почали говорити правлінні про те, чи буде війна, що ми маємо робити.
Я була в складі робочої групи, яку ми зібрали. У нас дуже часто піднімалося питання врятувати техніку, але ми розуміли, що перше і ключове завдання – це зберегти життя нашої команди.
У нас був сценарій, який називався «За водою». Це коли іде агресія з сторони Криму і захоплює доступ до джерел води, які б мали б забезпечити Крим. Ми вважали його найбільш ймовірним. І другий сценарій був масштабне вторгнення на сході України. Там сценарій наступу на Київ. Ми проговорювали це, але не вважали, що це дуже ймовірно.
Будь-який з цих сценаріїв він передбачав наявність альтернативного варіанту мовлення, і ми це почали робити. Ми навіть відправили одну групу для Львова, щоб якраз готуватися до створення там резервного центру мовлення.
Якщо Київ не витримає, не встоїть, якісь проблеми будуть з сигналом, з людьми, з кадрами, що завгодно, то Львів буде єдиним містом, яке зможе мовити на всю країну.
Ми ввели надзвичайний стан на 30 днів на всій території України.
Зараз в кількох містах на Донбасі акції проукраїнські. З нами Марина Молошна з Маріуполя на зв'язку.
Тут зібралося декілька десятків маріупольців, які от вийшли вночі, щоб показати, що Маріуполь – це Україна.
Як ви думаєте, втримаємось ми?
Однозначно, тому що іншого варіанту і немає.
Я бажаю вам спокійної ночі, поміркованості в думках, миру, тільки гарних новин всім нам.
– 24 лютого о 4 ранку я їду, нічний Київ, тихо, немає там машин.
Я їду, і в мене це відчуття. Люди сплять і не знають, що почалась війна.
Це було з одного боку дуже страшно, але це був той страх, який тебе акумулює, і ти просто перезапускаєшся і в якомусь новому режимі починаєш існувати і робити все, що ти робиш. Те, що люди вже приїхали, це вже була гарантія того, що ефір буде, і свою місію в контексті саме забезпечення наявності цього ефіру ми її виконаємо.
Мої вітання. Ви дивитесь спеціальний випуск новин на Суспільному. З вами Євгенія Гарков. І ми починаємо з такого. Президент Росії оголосив військову операцію в Україні. О 4 ранку Путін вийшов в ефіри державних телеканалів з таким зверненням. Ти оголошуєш про початок війни, в який ти сам не віриш. Оце одна емоція, я не розумів, що я зараз оголошую. Все, що було заплановано, всі матеріали, вони втрачають абсолютно всю свою актуальність. Тому що почалась війна, ми зобов'язані, як суспільний мовник, подавати точну, перевірену інформацію.
Ми вводимо воєнний стан на всій території нашої держави.
В цей момент в редакції всі робили все, що треба. Да? Ну, тобто поступали якісь задачі, які, можливо, комусь були не характерні. Робота нас всіх рятувала, і робота нас всіх налаштовувала на якийсь конструктивний лад.
Одна зі складнощів – це коли ти розумієш, що з одного боку відбуваються події, які варто було б знімати і фільмувати, а з іншого боку ти не можеш взяти на себе відповідальність і дати це редакційне завдання людям, тому що ти розумієш, що це загроза для їхнього життя. Завжди в таких ситуаціях знаходяться ті, хто кажуть: я піду, я все зроблю, не потрібно мені забороняти.
Всі народні депутати закликають не розсіювати паніку.
Досі димить споруда, на території перебуває декілька автівок надзвичайників.
Ви в прямому ефірі, канал «Я перший». Куди їдете, скажіть, будь ласка?
На Дніпр.
На Дніпр. Чому ви вирішили зараз їхати?
Тому що Дніпр Одногор нас захищає, правильно?
У мене був зв'язок з усіма регіонами.
Вдалося нам додзвонитися до голови територіальної громади Семенівка, це так само північна ділянка кордону, поблизу з Грем'ячем. Він сказав, що вони фіксували, і він особисто бачив пересування російської техніки, російські танки.
Сьогодні на Львівщині атакували 3 об'єкти. Це були військові частини в Броварах, Новому Калинові та Кам'янці-Бузькій.
Ми зараз знаходимося якраз по цій дорозі, яка йде на військовий аеропорт. Десь в 7:10 почалося бомбардування.
В Липецькому, Подільському районі стався вибух у військовій частині, в результаті якого загинуло 18 людей.
Артуре, скажіть, будь ласка,
От зараз! Дуже чутно постріли. Мені здається, що це система ГРАД, тому що таке ми чули при пострілах у 2015 році в мікрорайону Східний.
Надзвичайна перевага Суспільного, розгалужена мережа журналістів і платформ, вона в цей проміжок часу себе продемонструвала.
Ввечері 24 числа у влади разом з керівництвом деяких комерційних каналів виникла ідея: а давайте ми об'єднаємося і створимо такий спільний марафон.
ми переводимо наш ефір в режим співтовариства з каналом Рада.
Четвер, 24 лютого, телевізійні канали знову разом. Всі об'єднані і всі ми інформуємо про останні найважливіші події з офіційних джерел.
Це право, яке має держава під час запровадження воєнного стану. Вона може обмежувати інформаційні платформи, керувати їх, будемо так казати.
Сайт продовжував працювати. Радіо продовжувало працювати.
Українському радіо буде у наступному році 100 років. Ми не зупиняли свого мовлення ні під час Другої світової війни. І я розумію, що тоді розумів, що ми не маємо права не забезпечити стабільний ефір радіо. Ми працювали одразу в режимі інформаційного мовлення. Потрібно було пояснити, що відбувається, який алгоритм дій.
Будьте готові до можливого нападу противника. Тримайте при собі документи, запас харчів та води.
Ми вже чули стрільбу не так далеко від себе. Вирішили, що перебудемо ніч в бомбосховищі.
Працівники поїхали, привезли свої сім'ї, своїх дітей і також тут знаходилися. У нас були діти в бомбосховищі, діти в коляски.
Ми десь о 5 ранку вирішили, що все ж таки документи ми маємо відвести. Ну і ми розуміли, що виробництва тут не може бути. І ми також приїжджаємо до Львова.
Микола мені позвонив і сказав: ви там протримайтеся, ми їдемо, тримайте ефір.
Ми не думали, що треба буде робити в одному місці 25-26 телеканалів. Перше, що ми зробили, це забезпечили мовленням діджитал-платформи. А далі сигнал Першого каналу і регіонального каналу, які отримували далі всі інші регіони.
Ми розуміли, що цей ефір не ідеальний з точки зору виробництва, картинки. Але ми розуміли, що насправді втілюємо місію Суспільного – захищати свободу в Україні, залишаючись тут в Україні.
Дякую всім, хто приєднався до Суспільного. Просто зараз друга доба йде цього повномасштабного вже наступу.
В кожній годині в нас була маса кореспондентів, які розповідали, багато різноманітних новин неслося.
Вночі за 150 кілометрів від Миколаєва був збитий літак.
В Полтаві тривала тривога близько 15-20 хвилин, то в Лубнах приблизно 2 години.
Бої йдуть на околицях міста у напрямку Миколаєва.
Я сиділа тут 8 годин, але інакше неможливо було, тому що я була там якийсь час одна людина, яка могла тут сидіти.
Вже потім почалися підтягуватись люди. Ми, як це називали, важка артилерія.
Була там дана команда, що нам терміново треба зробити бомбосховище, щоб звідти можна було виходити.
Зараз ви вже бачите оформлену студію, АСБ, а тоді тут не було взагалі нічого.
Зараз у тому районі, звідки ми мовимо, оголошено режим повітряної тривоги і ввімкнені сирени. Ми мовимо із об'єкту укриття.
Потрібно було забезпечувати технологічна і технічна роботу цього великого для Львова, але маленького для компанії офісу. За перший тиждень видатки було саме 1 мільйон гривень на рахунках. У нас було 2. Один ми перерахували на Львів, один у нас залишався на рахунках центральної дирекції. Потрібно було повністю організувати, де жити, де харчуватися, чим харчуватися. Дуже швидко відреагував Європейський Союз. Якраз напередодні війни ми отримали транш гранту, який спрямований мав бути на розбудову архівів. Вони дозволили частину гранту виділити на будь-які наші екстрені потреби. Також нам і BBC допомогло в цьому, і приватні донори з Британії, кошти СІДи шведів, вони також нам запропонували відразу. Тобто, за допомогою донорів ми протрималися до середини травня.
Дівчата сідали за кермо машин, там бусів, які вони ніколи не водили, для того, щоб перетнути кордон, щоб забрати якісь партії апаратури. Було дуже щемливо, емоційно, приємно дивитися, як люди, які нам доставляють якусь складну техніку, підкладають туди якісь ящики з продуктами, там, з медикаментами. Дуже відчувалося так само людський рівень підтримки від наших партнерів. Мені здається, це теж було дуже важливо. Але і з точки зору, звісно, стійкості і техніки ми набагато швидше, ніж за будь-якими нормальними процедурами, отримали багато чого, щоб розгорнути резервні центри у Львові і Ужгороді.
Це була потужна допомога. Відразу приїхало багато техніки. Другий супутниковий аплінк, який нас дуже виручав. Старлінки взагалі це, я не знаю, що б ми робили без старлінків. Це найкраща технологія, яка з'явилася за час війни в країні.
Попри те, що мовлення перенеслося у Львів, у Києві робота тривала. Да? Тобто розповідати про те, що відбувається в столиці, залишилась велика кількість людей.
Ситуація в столиці складна. Що просто зараз там відбувається, як була ніч, говоримо і з моїм колегом.
Вибач ці емоції, тому що я не можу стримувати вже сліз від того, мене вже...
Я розумію, у нас все добре. Глядачам поясню, що Ігор мій колега, але, на жаль, через війну ми опинилися в різних точках, але, бачите, працюємо для вас.
Ми поїхали спеціально, щоб подивитися, що відбувається в Ірпені, в Бучі. Не змогли туди доїхати, нас не пустили в Ірпінь.
В Києві. Хто має великі, наприклад, партії або їжі, або медикаментів і може ними поділитися, пишіть, будь ласка.
Щойно повернулася з Ірпеня, там зараз триває евакуація. Попри те, що вчора там загинули 8 людей, її вирішили продовжити.
Ми не могли собі дозволити виїхати зі столиці. Вибачте, президент лишається в столиці, мер в столиці, уряд в столиці. Звісно, що Суспільне має бути тут, має тут працювати.
Коли стало питання про те, що ми стаємо частиною національного марафону, треба було робити 6 годин прямого ефіру для національного марафону і 12 годин прямого ефіру для регіонального марафону. Людям постійно доводилося робити не свою роботу, грубо кажучи.
Мені здається, в якийсь момент на титрі не було кого садити, були там варіанти або оператора посадити, або мене.
Пам'ятаю випуск, немає інтернету, тому що зникає зв'язок. Ми шукали новини, десь там ловили, в кого мобільний інтернет ловив, і спускалися в студію, і аірдропом передавали ведучому на телефон. Нам треба було цей ефір витягувати.
Коли наші команди почали працювати на інформаційному марафоні, ми стикнулися з ситуацією, що люди постійно бачать впритул війну.
За 20 метрів від мене впав снаряд.
З цієї гаубиці біля села Іванівка російські війська розстрілювали Ягідне.
Поліція працює біля братської могили у Бучі. Експерти дістають тіла, документують і доправляють їх до моргу.
Зараз безпосередньо відбуваються штурмові дії Айдару.
Ми залучили психолога собі в штат щодо психологічної підтримки саме команд, які працювали в марафонах.
Було дуже багато людей, які працювали просто за межею своїх можливостей.
Так, ти вибігаєш з апаратної в кімнату, де твоя команда сидить, яка працює над ефіром, і питаєш: Льош, що з тобою? Інка не чіпає, у нього тільки що його будинок зруйнували. І кожного разу так. В когось руйнується будинок, в когось родичі не виходять на зв'язок, і ми всі в цій війні.
Коли я вже відчував, що я вже помираю морально, що я вже просто, в мене немає ні на що сил, я згадував тих хлопців, які там воюють. Я думаю, вони там захищають мене тут. То я повинен працювати, виконувати поставлені на мене задачі для того, щоб ми могли людям доставляти достовірну інформацію. Адже ми знаємо, до чого призвело недостовірна інформація в Росії.
Наприкінці березня було прийнято рішення голови правління об'їхати філії.
Перша мета – підтримати людей, подивитися, як вони працюють, хто як адаптувався, які потреби, які проблеми.
Коли Київ вже був достатньо безпечним, стало зрозуміло, що немає сенсу тримати все у Львові вже. А Лівець або Хрещатик – це було рішення досить легке.
Стан Хрещатика, він був такий, скажімо, неперфектний. Але зараз люди вже працюють, вже пристосувались. Ми задублювали в бункері майже там всі види нашого виробництва.
Ми ухвалили рішення нарощувати позамарафонне мовлення, повернути на телеканал «Культура» серіали, дитячі передачі, концерти. І тоді з підземелля ми транслювали Євробачення.
Ми розуміли, що Україна має бути на Євробаченні, бо це буде безпрецедентно.
Збройні сили України, ця перемога для вас, для кожного, хто сьогодні боронить нашу країну. Україна! Як це важливо зараз для нас, друзі! Слава Україні!
Це випробування для Суспільного дало нам відчуття, що всі знають, навіщо ми тут і що ми робимо.
Складно без ефіру. В ефірі не складно. Коли мені написали десантники, які стояли під Харковом десь, ми налаштовуємо Starlink, знаючи, коли ви будете в ефірі, щоб послухати вас. І це моя місія, я тут потрібна.
Суспільне під час війни здобуло довіру.
Сьогодні нам довіряє 85% споживачів. Це фантастична цифра.
Підписники оцінили наші старання, роботу 24/7.
І тому до нас приєднались більше, ніж до інших каналів. Найбільше зростання – це, звісно, у нас в Телеграмі. До війни у нас було приблизно 14 тисяч підписників. Станом на сьогодні, через 1,5 роки, це 315.
Наш колектив просто фантастичний, і ми зуміли справді це витримати з щастю, я так вважаю.
Люди-герої, які проробили надзвичайно великий шлях. Я дуже тішуся, що всі ці люди продовжують з нами працювати, що вони не вигоріли і бачать в собі сили працювати для суспільства і для Суспільного.
Те, як ви працюєте і якість того, що ви робите, це надзвичайно. Спочатку повномасштабного вторгнення люди проходять складний шлях у такий жахливий для України час та зберігають позитивний підхід до роботи, бо розуміють, наскільки важливо те, що вони роблять.
Я дуже вражена тим, що ви робите. Це справді незалежна журналістика. Я думаю, що в майбутньому буде новий спосіб допомагати вам у створенні найкращого контенту для ваших теле- та радіоканалів.
Я би хотів, щоб суспільний мовник в Україні брався як приклад для інших наших колег в Європі. Наша стратегія – це щоб наша компанія – це була інституція з високим рівнем довіри і максимально інтегрована в суспільство. Ми маємо бути присутні всюди, де зручно людині. Тому наша задача – зростати, слідувати нашій місії і продовжувати служити суспільству.
Thank you to all who has produced this film. Actually, we had a special feeling because many of us witnessed these events. The floor is open to Olesya Ostrovska-Luta. She is the Director General of the Mistetsky Arsenal. Good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure to be with you at this event. It's the honor for me to share with you with certain thoughts and ideas why Suspilne Ukraine is so important. It will be a very brief talk. I will be standing. Why Suspilne Ukraine is so important. The point is that some internal problems is a relationship between the society and its public sector. Public sector has different names: administration, budgetary workers, public broadcasting services, and we understand that they cover a certain aspect of public sphere. They have a certain nuances. It's important that they say the functions of control and reporting. The point is that for a certain period they left for people only their private life, and the public action and the public sector was too far from the person. The point is that it is the heritage of the person who should only report. The point is that thanks to efforts of the state, actually we have our work, we have certain services. The medical sector actually treats the person as a broken mechanical mechanism, that it is not ready to work. And very often when we have the details of challenges, actually for us it's important why it happens. It's so difficult to be human-centrical. The same pertains the media sector. Actually, in the focus of the media in Ukraine was not the interest of a person, of its citizen. Actually, the interest was the interest of circles of the owners of the channels. And the spectators actually were those who were supposed to value this product. The audience was the passive spectator, and very often they mainly spoke about the interest who had certain powers in hands. And the public broadcasting was a public resource only. And actually, in our medicine, in our educational center, in our police, actually, for them it's very difficult to understand what actually the public broadcasting, because it looked that the state did not work to the benefit of the citizens. It happened that very often the state treated individuals only as a workforce. But what for we should have the workforce if the economy works on its own and the person is not in the focus? And actually this gap, the loss of a mission with married state institutions, actually is a source for antagonism between the Ukrainian society and its public sphere. And when in the government office we see the words that tell us what is the mission of this institution, sometimes it is in opposition to what is the real objective. There is no trust between different parties. There is a counterproductive aggression. Actually, also there are different categories, and we realize that everything is in opposition. Without changes in place, in this we will never reach equilibrium that will allow us the conditions for flourishing and the full implementation of many of our citizens. The value of the public broadcasting, it's so important, is the value of digital platforms, different channels, radio and TV, they change actually the rule of the game in a such sad story. The mission of the Suspilne Ukraine is to protect freedoms in Ukraine. I will reward it to protect the opportunity for the individual to live in a free life, to practice freedom, to be free, to be a responsible person. These are the components of freedom, isn't it? Suspilne Ukraine rolls out its activity towards its citizens, and it brings closer all the institutions to the people. And actually it allows us to move all the gaps aside, and then they will be serving to the benefits of the citizens. We realize also that it will be to the benefit of the nation. And with this transformation, we will have this chance. And now we see that here we should transform all our sphere, our public administration, the world of the bureaucrats, the enforcement, the instruments of forcing. And for us it's important actually to have the public umbrella. It is one of the sprouts, and example of the sprouts, we should reinforce them. In a good environment, it will be the locomotive for different institutions in future. Suspilne Ukraine actually is so meaningful. It should be supported, no doubt. Thank you very much, Mrs. Days that we are communicating on the topic what should be in future after the end of war. And please, actually there are certain security rule right to the end of this event. Please don't put any comments in the social media, because everything could happen, and let's provide and ensure security for our event. Let's start our first channel. It is named Thanks to or Despite of How Suspilne Ukraine Preserved Its Institutional Stability During the War. Mykula Chernoditsky, Chief Executive Officer of the Public Broadcasting Company of Ukraine. Actually, Mikita Poturaev, member of the parliament, the chairman of the Verkhovna Rada Committee on the Humanitarian and Information Policy. I was informed that it's your birthday today. Our greetings. Then we'll have more MPs. Roxalana Pidlasa, she's the head of the subcommittee on the budget issues. One more person, Mykola Kняжицький, also member of the parliament. He's the chairman of the subcommittee on the cultural and of the committee on the humanitarian and information policy. But we have two more panelists, Nicola Gasparini, deputy head of press and information section of the European Union delegation in Ukraine, and Taras Shevchenko, Deputy Minister of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine on the integration issues. Actually, with regards to timing, we plan to go within 1 hour and a half. And now the floor will be open to each of you. And please try to have a limit of 5 minutes, because we plan also to allocate certain time to our participants for Q&A session. And also here we are planning to have this discussion in the interactive mode, and we are all equal here, and we should get answers on the current issues. Mykola Chernovitsky, Chief Executive Officer of the Public Broadcasting Company of Ukraine. Actually, the name of this channel is Thanks to or Despite of. What are changes are taking place today? Maybe you consider that certain changes are negative, and what should be done in order to hold on, in order to implement and to meet all the objectives that have been highlighted by Mrs. Alessia. Suspilne Ukraine is serving the public interests. How we can do this? Greetings to all of you. Actually, how we stood. I'd like, I have Slava Navricheva, I have contacted with her. It was in the mid of December, and at the time we had no idea how it will be safe and secure to continue work, how we could cover the needs of the team she leads in Kharkiv. Because when you in certain place, we understand better what is to be done. When over the 2 days we have no connection and communication, it means that the team should be evacuated. It means that the team cannot operate, and the coefficient of efficiency will be very low. But it was not the case. Thanks to our defenders, Kharkiv has withstood, and Suspilne Kharkiv continues its work, continues its operation, because they had very many broadcasts, and they are very influential local media. And what they were doing is incredible. Actually, we have very many teams of this kind. In Kherson, for example, actually before the war, we saw that it is not a very strong team. But as they continued their operation in the occupied territory, and they continued their broadcasts, and that they used a very reliable sources for information, these people are fantastic. 85 persons who used to work in Suspilne Ukraine, but the cameraman Vasil Filimon is a prisoner of war. All in all, there are 85 employees of Suspilne Ukraine are in the front. 3 persons perished in the battlefield, and the team. It is. Exactly, for us it's very important. The team allowed us to withstand And in the circumstances we confronted, our task is that, and we could not get aside, we should comply to the journalist standards. Sometimes we make mistake, we acknowledge this, but it's important to understand what is our response on this mistake and how we rectify the situation. For us, it's important to work to the benefit of the people. And this trust on the part of these people is so important to us. Thanks to the partners' support from the European Broadcasting Union, USAID, European delegation support. Even for me, it's difficult to imagine how we could to withstand without such the donor support. 945 videos actually were delivered to different channels in Europe, in different countries, and this is our contribution to the work on the information raising on the situation in Ukraine. CNN also stated, and they actually, there were very many serious, very critical managers, and they were not happy on our expenses for the regional broadcasting. 1/3 of the budget was channeled to the regional broadcasting. But the point is that in many regions, Suspilne broadcasting has withstood. For us, it's very important to be flexible, to meet our objective, and to comply to our standards. Will you allow me the brief question? What are the main challenges as of today, we have several challenges. I should say that is, first of all, the environment in which we work, that is the emotional environment, and we have limited resources, sometimes shallow resources or absence of the resources. And thirdly, the war, mainly it's an airing of the freedoms and the rights. And for us, it's very important that military wartime limitations should not be continued in the peaceful time. And the floor is open to Mikita Potorayev. We have been discussing the challenges confronted by the Suspilne Ukraine. For us, it's important to say what should be done by the MPs in order to strengthen Suspilne Ukraine. Before I said that it is important what is to be done by the state to the national broadcasting services. Actually, they should do it with the free, clean hands. It was done, this was, I said, before the war. The point is that I'd like, and I'm seeking the correct understanding, despite all the hostilities, despite all the fears and losses we have encountered every day, and do encounter every day today, the catastrophe of this magnitude. Also, it creates certain unique opportunities. The victory that will come one day, I believe that we hope that we will have this victory very soon. It will allow us to have a unique chance to build up the country and the state that we had no hopes under the different circumstances. In the same manner as the national broadcasting channels, actually we realize how the evolution process was difficult, not because the contribution of employees was low or not enough proficient, or the team was composed with the young people, not because Ukraine actually passed through by a sort of a good chance to build up a powerful Suspilne broadcaster. It was at the verge of the 20th and the 21st century. At that time, the public broadcasters were not powerful. Actually, certain resources were limited, but oligarchs entered the sphere with these resources. But please believe me, my words, because me was the person who also witnessed and participated in setting up of certain oligarchs' holdings. At that time, with the society, we had the chance to urge the state to have Suspilne Ukraine, but unfortunately, not the public, not the state used this opportunity, and the window of opportunity closed at that time. The next chance was in the year 2004, and
Помаранчевий майдан.
It was Maidan, which was not used, unfortunately. Next chance is 2014, revolution of dignity, and finally, eventually, and the public and the state use it. But in public, we have the conditions of very rigid competitive market, a hard competition with different channels, rich channels, successful channels. And those successes, me as a TV guy, going through all the steps from the bottom up, starting from the younger editor to senior editor of the largest media holding in the country. I know that those figures that have been mentioned at that time, before my election to the parliament, and all my colleagues, whatever share they will have, what is audience share, and you understand this is the main indicator. It's more important rather than other things. Not a big one, but knowing the market with whom they compete, so it's a great achievement. Every 10th share costs a lot, and it's achievement. It's a big, not a big victory, but it was earned with the hard labor and efforts. So now, when we have big evil coming to our land, and this will give us opportunity to accelerate public development. And Suspilne used this chance, in my opinion, for 100%. All those who left to work and execute its duty in equipment rooms, in field, on the shelling, at the front line, all they used it, and we see the result. Mr. Maketa, let's complete, let's finish. So I told about chance, but the main thing I want to say, what should be done now. Today we have to ensure duly funding of the system of this public holding, Suspilne holding, which belong to the whole public society. So when we will have a Q&A, I will tell you my conversation in 2019 with our colleagues in Parliament. This is anti-corruption conversation. It signifies how people how they accept Suspilne Ukraine. So unfortunately, not correctly. Absolutely mistakenly. So who is going to provide that? The knowledge chance that all our money now going to the war, to the front line. In every green, 68 kopics. This is international microfinance aid. I addressed our international partners who are here with us, present in the room, with a simple proposal. If you want to help to us to preserve one of the extremely important reforms that have been done in Ukraine since 2014, creation of public television. So please fix a separate line the budget for national public broadcaster in your international microfinancial end, and that's it. It's simple, and believe me, that it will be in the next year. And of course, we understand our situation. It can be in a year, but there is a law which is even in Ukraine not formulated. That the people get accustomed for 3 years to new economic model. So if today, with the aid of international partners, we will fix clearly funding, duly financing of public broadcaster, it means that when Ukraine will be recovered after the victory, they will start financing themselves. They will get accustomed that annually public broadcasters should receive such and such amount, which is written in the law, full stop. And then you come back to formula to get the money and not to eat with the hands. I will not object you because you have a birthday today, so yeah, thank you that you mentioned funding of public broadcaster. In all brochures that you have figures. I propose to look at them. Suspilne Ukraine is chronically underfinanced. You will see how its share less than it required according to the law, which was in 2023. I give the word to Roxana Pedlasa, head of Committee on Budget of the Parliament of Ukraine, and ask what you are suggesting to us for next year. Mikita Paturaev in his speech mentioned partially this, but I would like to answer to the question that you asked at the beginning of our panel. Suspilne Ukraine works during the war. Actually, is it thanks to or despite of, including so many negative obstacles and shortage of financing? By the law, Suspilne Ukraine is allocated 0.3% of allocations of general fund of the general budget of Ukraine. So in some years we reached this indicator, but in 2022, 23, in fact, we were not reaching it, 0.1% even. We didn't reach it is because we have great allocations of the budget from the Ukraine's budget. We doubled actually our allocations for the needs of defense. We use the amount which earlier were all our allocations of the budget of Ukraine. From another hand, Suspilne Ukraine has other programs been reduced. In 2022, we had two large sequesters of the budget, and in the result of the sequesters, a national radio channel lost 116 million hryvnia because it was declared in the budget in 2022. I will tell you, it's not bad. These are 11.5% of your budget, and some managers lost more. For instance, CMU lost 50% of their budget, and in Verkhovna Rada, in Parliament, a few months were not paid. The MPs were not paid salaries. So we started to use the model of public finance, which mentioned by Mikita. Whatever we earn as taxes, privatization, internal borrowings, every kopeck now is in Ukraine is given to the needs of the defense. And the rest is a deficit of the budget that is financed by our international partners via loans and grants. So here we have to talk sincerely, openly, that the funding of Suspilne Ukraine and TV radio channel is in this deficit of the budget, and we will be able to finance Suspilne Ukraine in the volume which international aid will permit us and our international partners in 2024. Since you know that probably know or read in newspaper that the allocation for the defense will be increased for 300 billions of hryvnia, and next year will be at this level in the range of 1.3 trillion of hryvnia. It's a fantastic amount, which is unprecedented for our country, and the deficit of the budget is also unprecedented. It will be left like this year more than $40 billion of the deficit, and we have to say that the government has a plan to cover this deficit and these funds, but it doesn't have a confirmed liabilities as of September 4th, who will give us this money. We know that there is the proposal of the EU Commission, European Commission, to provide 15 and 39 billions of euro is direct financial aid, but it's not confirmed by the European Council, and will be the topic of negotiations. How out of 39 billions we will be able to get in 2024? If we will divide for 4 years, then it will not be sufficient in 2024. Except that we have programs with the IMF, and I do hope it will be continued, including due to MPs that will be executing voting for our liabilities in front of IMF. In a session hall, it will be also impacting to what extent we would support and finance all social and cultural programs. But we need to say, except that we plan to enforce our own defense complex, industrial complex, and to invest into production of armaments and ammunition, and it will be more and more. We will have the budget which is oriented to the defense. So allocations for 2024 is planned quite small. Minfin actually allocated will inform to all state bodies, even to Verkhovna Rada, the allocations for utilities were indexed for inflation, the allocation and capital allocations and for development are under huge question. Some historical programs and funds that were available in state budget even survived 2022. They may not survive this budget process, and we have to be very open about it. So to calculate for a large increase of additional part for Suspilne Ukraine will not be feasible, but we understand that Suspilne Ukraine is a strategic priority in the country, that this is an important component of our security and information security. That is why these allocations are in the focus of the Parliament of Ukraine Budget Committee, and from my side I can promise that we will find the ways to ensure of public broadcaster and certain increase allocations for public broadcaster when we will have the funding from our international partners. Thank you, Ms. Roxolana. I would like you to go into details on this topic and to give the floor to Nicola Gasparini, who is Deputy Head of Press Information Section of the European Union Delegation to Ukraine. Nikita Potoraev mentioned our international partners that they should support Suspilne Ukraine. What is your opinion? To what extent it is important? I'd like to hear your reflection how, in your opinion, Suspilne Ukraine during the war is overcoming all the complexities that they have.
Yes. Доброго дня.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation.
and I'm here to pass some important messages on media.
Перепрошую, якщо можна, я зроблю оголошення. У нас є навушники, гарнитури для того, щоб почути синхронний переклад з англійською, кому це потрібно. Перепрошую, будь ласка, далі.
On
Continue.
And in particular Suspilne. I will start from general messages. We at the European Union consider that freedom of speech and media freedom are a vital element and I would say a key pillar for any working democracies. Media have to be free, pluralistic and independent, and if the work of journalists is restricted and if their independence is challenged, then the functioning of a democratic society is compromised. We cannot stay silent when we see violation of journalistic standards or impunity when journalists are harassed or attacked for their professional activities. We at the European Union delegation to Ukraine value media pluralism in Ukraine. Understandably, in times of war, the authorities have specific concerns, in particular concerning strategic countering disinformation, which is one of the main priorities. And it is our firm conviction that free and independent media are the best guarantees for a resilient society. And with this in mind, the media space needs to remain competitive. We at the EU delegation express also our full solidarity in the context of the ongoing disinformation attacks against Ukraine. This is part of the Russian aggression and aggressive posture of Russia against Ukraine. And as mentioned by our High Representative Josep Borrell, even some days ago, the Russian war of aggression is also a war of narratives. It's a war of storytellers, and we have to fight this war. Because you don't only conquer surface and territories, but also it's very important to conquer brains. This is a common challenge that, by the way, also the European Union have, and we share with Ukraine together. And indeed, it requires a very robust response. Ukrainians need to be able to make a conscious choice based on quality of information, which comes, of course, from professional journalism. In Ukraine, the Russian war is trying to undermine, in particular, the EU-Ukraine cooperation, and we know this very well. To counter these information manipulation attacks, we work with our partners in the government of Ukraine and across civil society to dispel myths and misconceptions about EU-Ukraine relation and cooperation. We believe that the reform of the post-Soviet state-led television and radio company into an independent public service broadcasting is one of the major media reform achievements over the past years. And we continue to see a strong public broadcaster as a backbone of a healthy media environment. Over the past years, Suspilne has developed into a widely respected and professional player in the market that should be further strengthened and consolidated, and whose independence should be preserved. We recommend keeping Suspilne as one of the key pillars of the country's information sources. In fact, the public service broadcasting provides the Ukrainians with free access to quality news sources, especially in times of war, when misinformation and information manipulation are widespread. We recognize the current challenges of the public service broadcaster, notably the need to improve content and attract new audiences. But we believe that this cannot be done at the expenses of compromising its editorial independence, which is, as I said again before, it's a priority, or annulling the public scrutiny mechanism, such as the existing supervisory board. In addition, and this is also a very important point that was touched upon a few minutes ago, sufficient funding should be ensured for the operations of the public broadcaster, as also provided in the legislation, in the applicable legislation. We see currently three main challenges for media in Ukraine. First of all, safety of journalists. Secondly, the struggle for economic survival of many media outlets. And thirdly, the flood of disinformation that comes from the Kremlin hybrid warfare. Let me highlight that the European Union is active on all these fronts with its technical and financial assistance. For instance, the European Union supports, indeed, and that was also highlighted before, the public service broadcaster. We also support independent and quality media outlets, as well as many initiatives that have as a goal to counter disinformation.
Пане
Just
Ніколо,
one last comment.
1 minute, please.
And
saying that we believe that preserving diversity and independence of media needs to remain one of Ukraine's priorities, as well as one of the key elements in strengthening the country's resilience. And we strongly believe that it is above all in the interest of Ukrainians and Ukraine itself to defend it, so to consolidate a stronger democracy. These are the messages I wanted to pass, and we believe that this
Thank
is
you very much. Thank you very much.
Thanks to
And да, і далі, давайте рухатися далі.
let's go ahead. We don't have lots of time. And Taras Shevchenko, he is a Deputy Minister of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine on the European integration issues. But Mr. Taras, today we are speaking a lot on challenges that confronted by the society. There is a white elephant. You actually should see it. The national marathon and news marathon are also engaged in this process actively. And for us, it's very important to understand at the level of the ministry, what are your vision to the future of this news marathon? And we understand there are very different opinions how we should adopt the marathon to the needs, to the current needs, or in this phrase, actually, I have heard a lot that very often it appeared, but anyhow, maybe you will give your answer, and then we will decide on how. Do we have any idea where to go? How we reserve this space? Dear organizers, please inform us what shall we do. Well, maybe we will continue and then we will see what we will be doing. I'd like to start with the apologies. Actually, I should rush because right after my presentation at 2 o'clock, I should be present at the meeting with the Prime Minister, but then I will be back. We understand it's a very important event today. I'm sorry that will not be available for a couple hours. Actually, as to the topic we discussed, we expect that we will have a new appointment of the Minister of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine, and such a critical issue as a national news marathon and the policy with its regards also to be decided on when the new minister is appointed. That's why for me it's difficult to share with you my personal vision of this issue. But getting back to the main topic that we do discuss here, the point is that do we have any chance to get together? Well, but actually who have no fears to continue several theses on the panel discussion now. No doubt crisis and challenges because people say that Chinese alphabet and challenges, it's almost the same, but we realize this Suspilne Ukraine actually is getting through the most difficult period, and actually here we have an increase in trust on the part of the individuals. Actually, our Telegram channels also is a powerful source to deliver news to people living in different localities. Suspilne Ukraine is a sort of a brand that is marked with a high engagement of young people, and Suspilne Ukraine always is equivalent to truth. I believe that the forecast of Suspilne Ukraine were rather conservative versus the actual situation, despite all the problems and challenges. We understand Suspilne is a white elephant because let's get back to the past ratings because the supervisory committee put on the table the issue to be discussed that we should have the breakthrough because they expected that Suspilne growth could be planned within 1 to 15% per annum. But if we have, for example, karate, and you should break the board, it's very important to consider how strong you are. Socially responsible businesses, actually today we map out very ambitious objectives, and briefly I'd like to mention the following. Firstly, we have actually the idea that we are talking about over the institutions. If, for example, we had started this process back to the verge of the 21st century, probably by the current time we will be in a much better shape. We realize that the start position of the first team, the rules, the legislation on which they relied, it provided the sound platform for development. Also, for us, it's very important to understand that to have the process ongoing, it's very important to have the adequate funding. But despite of, very many people say that the Suspilne Ukraine is evolving despite of the certain position of government officials. And we understand that all in all in the society we have very many of those who are very loyal to Suspilne Ukraine. And Mykola Kняжицький, actually let's applaud and let's go ahead because Russians actually with the air raid alert allowed us to understand that they don't have us in peace. And for us it's very important also to understand that in February you visited Suspilne and you had a certain impression, and based on these impressions you had a better chance what should be done in future. Very many people actually adhere to the idea that the news marathon, national marathon was so critical. And please comment on the challenges. Actually, 0.2% of the national budget. I was the author of this norm in the law when it was approved, and our idea was that there should be no interference in the Suspilne Ukraine, and we understand that at that time it was the optimal formula which did not allow interference on the part of the state. And actually, with the previous administration and power, we fully complied to the norms. But we understand that to violate the law, it's not a good behavior. We should comply to this norm. And we understand if we have the law, we should rely on the 0.2% as a norm. You showed us the film, and for us it's important to talk over not only positives, but also negatives. What should be limited during wartime? Closure of certain channels. Here it is fully linked to certain violations of law. We are not allowed to close the channels during wartime. Where to get resources in order to meet 0.2% of the budget? Don't give it to the private channels because sometimes don't give this money actually to different other language speakers who pretend as the supporters of the Ukraine. Deliver these resources to Suspilne Ukraine, and we will have full compliance with the norms and the law. This should be in the democratic state, as I have described. Also, certain positives. What has been done over the past years is so important for Ukraine. Leadership is so important. I would like to thank Mykola and all the members of the supervisory board. Your performance is perfect because we understand BBC could operate when you live in UK, but for us it's important to understand how we can evolve in our national environment. The documentary films are so good, and actually it is independent broadcasting, and we welcome this. Actually, today, if we compare you with some other countries in Europe, we understand that the level of freedom sometimes could be even higher compared to that in the other countries. And we should preserve this in future. We are ready to assist you in any possible way in order you will be meeting these objectives. Actually, there were calls to some other participants. If, for example, Mr. Mikita or Mr. Taras has certain reflections on Mykola's words, please get back to and now we will start sort of a question and answer session. We have representatives of different factions and actually, we have the microphone in the floor, and you are the set. Well, thank you very much. Ivana Tsintsadze, thank you very much that you have initiated this talk. My thanks go to Mykola as he started talking over the financial issues. Mikita Roxalana, with all my respect, actually, let's be true. We should not ask the European Union a separate item to be covered in order to provide operation of Suspilne Ukraine. We understand that for us it's important. We have very high censorship with certain channels, for example, Rada channel, and we should resolve certain issues, and this will allow us to have a valid votes to this or that law. For us, it's important to understand that certain support to be given to Ukraine, but how we will disburse this money, we should be strong with this. And I would like to voice the following. Mykola mentioned that at the level of the European delegation, Ukraine, that evolution of the journalism, pluralism is so principal for the state. I'm very thankful for you for these words, specifically when we had the fight with the dragon, and actually the state could turn into the dragon, because you know, for us it's very critical to retain our freedoms and rights, not to lose them, because we should not have not grounded limitation of freedom of rights. And when you talked over challenges, you mentioned the challenge. This is a sort of moral insecurity for journalists, economic limitations with regards to the resource. And you were talking about misinformation. I'd like to get your answer. The challenge today is that the military censorship today is a sort of a political censorship, and whether there is any loss of a true freedom of war that was considered to be one of the attainments of the revolution of decent dignity. And for us it's very important to get this in place. If you do understand your comment on this, please, what could you say on the comments?
For the comment. Well, I have just to reiterate what I said. We believe that media pluralism is crucial, is a cornerstone for any democratic society, and it's we can support and we are supporting Ukraine, but it's for the Ukrainians to set it up straight, also in view of the enlargement, possible opening of enlargement negotiations. We identified these three areas of that are particularly challenging media. We are doing some work of support when possible, but of course we don't have infinite resources. So clearly it's important that this is a work done in particular, first of all, at Ukrainian level, and following possibly these shared principles that I enunciated.
Ви задоволені відповіддю, пані Івано?
Satisfied with the answer. Thank you.
Будь ласка, пан Микита.
Thank you, Mikita. The floor is open for you. Dear colleagues, let's be true, and I don't exclude the right of the colleagues from the opposition to have the political statements. It's a normal situation, but call for you, let's talk more professionally rather than politically. And we do understand pretty well that and for our spectators and readers, I would like to remind the following, that in Ukraine we have a bad practice. According to this bad practice, when we adopt and approve and adopt the state budget, they could actually do any program. Normally, this mode exists for dozens of years, and everybody was satisfied with this mode of behavior. have actually imperative norms in the law, we don't find them, and it's a great mistake because our state is set up in such manner they can do something by 100% when they feel 100% that they are obliged to do this. And when we have a very good formula that was composed by Mr. Kняжецький, because he is a real professional, he realized that with this formula we could meet the needs. But this formula and this norm cannot be met because this is the legislative practice in Ukraine. And we understand he wrote as it was. And why I do speak it is that there should be a special line on this norm, and it should be a binding norm, because we understand that when we have a special line, that it means that the resources from the Ministry of Finance will be channeled exactly to this purpose. And for us, it's very important in order this norm to be met. We understand that maybe because of such situation, somebody will not have funding in full, but for us, it's a unique situation for Ukraine and donors today. And actually, with this, our donors could fix certain amounts in order to support Suspilne Ukraine. We understand that we live in the hardships and we realize that sometimes probably the figure obtained based on the formula could be slightly low, but it should be met. In Japan, because also they had a very interesting situation when they had a norm, a special line, and this norm was fully covered by the law, and Suspilne in Japan actually was fully supported.
І воно не збільшує.
It just fixes, not it decreases or reduces or increases. We don't know. I'm not interested what will be with other allocations. As a head of committee, probably I would be interested, but now we are talking about public broadcaster. I insist that this is important reform. It's not a subject. It's not just broadcaster. It is reform, which in fact is the main block in the structure of public supervision. And if European colleagues say that it's important to have a judicial reform, but independent court will not be working properly through public supervision of Suspilne Ukraine, any anti-corruption program or campaign without Suspilne Ukraine. This is why it is important. What will be funded with the other project? I'm not interested. I'm interested that public broadcaster would be duly funded in 2024 and 2025, and then everybody will get accustomed. Excuse me, this is a short question of me as a dilettante. What are the obstacles to foster this legislation? And we have factions which could support technically speaking these norms of percentage of allocation for programs are working within the limits of the available assignation, because the budget code is prevailing over special legislation. Let's go forward. We have 8 minutes. Mr. Vetrovich, MP. I will be based on the previous speech of Makita of the genesis of the public broadcaster. There are a lot of challenges actually related to the origination of Suspilne Ukraine, and one of the key problems was to change the perception of the society. It's not Ukrainian UT1, not Ukrainian state television. and politicians use that it's not YouTube1, it's not state television, that we will give you money and you will tell me whatever you say is needed, and its program is not in full, is expected. Second problem that is related to origination, Mikita mentioned this is the time of emergence and flourishing of oligarch television as a competitor to Suspilne Ukraine. Is very complicated and to evolve public broadcaster. Now, this program of oligarch TV is practically over. It is dead, almost dead. Maybe it will be revived after the war. We don't know, but it's not a competitor. The main problem of state television is just start additionally improving in front of Suspilne Ukraine. Whatever Mikola Knyzhevsky said, in fact, we revive state channels. Channel Dom, Rada, Freedom, it's quite a dangerous precedent that state television is okay. If during previous years we had a political consensus that state television is evil and we reject it, now state television is okay, and then fear it will be a danger to the public. If state okay, and then Suspilne Ukraine should be also have inclination to state television, which will have atmosphere, which incline impact of the politicum to the thought that Suspilne should serve as state television. It doesn't have nothing in common with the justified during censorship during the war. It has a lot of with the politicization of the public broadcaster, which is important not to happen, to allow not to happen. My answer as a human being who does marathon other programs about the danger that is created now. Frequently, the representatives of our political parties do not want to go to live to Suspilne Ukraine, like in talk show New Countdown, because they don't understand that it's not convenient. There will be no hot bath for them, so to say, and then may switch to other nice project of other channels. So all those who are present here, who is actually is ill, is a championship of us, should be our ambassador. We can overcome these risks mentioned by Mr. Volodymyr. As a part of this state marathon, we would like to have our own voice, and we are supported as a TV man. There is such a danger, it's my personal opinion, yes. But we need support from the public. MPs are a part of the public, members of the government also are a part of public, so please come to us, to Suspilne Ukraine. I am always with European solidarity on the budget issues with Alexei Goncharenko in the program of Suspilne Ukraine. We are trying to keep equilibrium, and sometimes this balance is very complicated to support comments. You have your birthday, you can say anything today. So, microphone, where is microphone? So please, my name is Natalia Shulga. I'm as a journalist. I'm not a face of the reform of science and education in Ukraine. 10 years in the committees of the Ukrainian Parliament. I'd like to say for those who are listening us online that the teachers are responsible for the future. And the media is responsible for the present day. What happened in Russia, we see the responsibility of the media, because people switch on TV, radio, and whatever they hear and say forms their present day's view. So media has not only the responsibility, you are responsible for the existence of the country. And we have to remember that all the time. My question is the following, and wish. I am a little bit spoiled by the developed democracy. Many years I work in the American university. And one thing that I saw, PBS, Public Broadcasting Services. And up until now, $50 per day I pay to this company because PBS is independency and it is a feature of a public trust to those who are not belong to any party, engaged but is super duper professionals. So, question to you, I understand that now today we can't do it with the aid of each citizen which will make a choice, plan it for the future. But today you also can consider the support of private foundations, industrial associations that can help to public broadcaster, and then you will have these additional guarantees of your existence. And question is to you and request accompany the reforms not only judicial one, education, science is the future, accompany them at the regional level, at the level of cities, which should be done. Otherwise, the public will not understand for what we need to do need these reforms, who are the faces, who are actors, and you will be convinced that people will better support you. So common. Thank you, Natalia. Mikola Chernatysky will comment and we will complete. I'd like to add that to maximum extent we work with the donor ship support and essentially that it's not the capital allocations or the aid from the government of Japan and USAID. We have capital investments from the companies. It's absolutely true. But the experience that we have in Europe, and unfortunately many countries that are stepping away from the subscribed model, they pass to government funds from the, and it's in France, now they have frozen history. It should be reviewed, these household payments, and now there is an opportunity that they will pass to. So many transferring to Slovakia, for instance, this year they adopted a similar model under 1% of GDP. And they are really proud of it. I skeptically said that it's good, working thing in all democracy. But for instance, in Ukraine, it constantly risky because constantly it changed. So my colleague from General Director of Lithuanian broadcaster, and it's one of the best models they have in terms of funding and support. Does it mean that there are no efforts to impact from different stakeholders? No, it doesn't mean. So it's a long way and a constant struggle. But whatever you said about communication, it's correct. And in change of the management, the communication is a third step, which is important, and it's not sufficient step. So to explain, it is one of our part of mission to explain what is happening. Thanks, thank you to all who participated in this discussion, to hear everybody and to understand a lot. Thank you for your participants who was commenting. So I call you up to become the ambassadors of Suspilne Ukraine. 15 minutes break and another panel to go.
Шановні колеги, ми починаємо на
Dear colleagues, we start our second panel from reform to sustainability. What role will Suspilne play in post-war period? The moderator is Igor Roskladai. I invite the word Svetlana Ostapa. Alexander Kornienko is the first vice speaker of the Verkhovna Rada. We planned also to have the deputy head, the representative of the Ministry of Finance. Unfortunately, he's not available today. Also online we'll be having Mr. Noel Koran, Director General of the European Broadcasting Union, and Monika Gabrielskaite-Dubriene, Director General of the Lithuanian National Radio and Television. The topic of this panel is so interesting, whether we could stop the reform. It's a sort of a very a complex issue. We cannot stop renovation. Actually, we can only suspend it because it is the eternal process. But in the context of media, it is very fluid. It changes technology. It is changing audience. So speaking about sustainability, it is so optimistic and probably it's rather difficult. But we understand that the first phase of the reform that took place beginning from 2015, when actually they have approved the package of changes with regard to Suspilne Ukraine, and they started the formation of a huge machinery, 31 company in the beginning of 2014, when we had the invasion. Actually, 23,000 people worked in these channels, and it was very difficult to change all this. And actually, in 2017, we had already the Suspilne Ukraine. Also, for us, it's very important to understand how you building the building. First, you have a lot of land, then you build up the foundation, and then build up the walls. But actually, with regards to the sport, actually, certain issues have been disregarded. And for us, actually, important to understand, actually, Suspilne Ukraine passed through the fantastic processes and phases. We have already discussed today what is the current status of Suspilne Ukraine, because it showed it's the best performance after the large invasion. And actually we understand that now for us it's very difficult to say the day of the victory, because the Russians also don't show us the signs that they are ready to defeat. Why it is important to talk over this topic? Because we understand that after February 24th, when our media market has changed dramatically, we realize that it will never be back to the point where it was. It would never be back to the point in 2019 with the start of the COVID pandemic, and also in 2019, 2020, in the current year. Actually, very many people use different networks. People actually are intensive users of Telegram channels, news. Radio also is another issue because they have completely different platform and technology. But now any media, it is not only TV, it's a hybrid of different technologies. And this story will not stop. We understand that in future we understand we will be using all the opportunities in future, and then now we should have the understanding where we are moving to. What is critical to acknowledge that after February 24th, actually local market was completely killed, and it was a sort of a serious challenge for Ukraine, because we understand people are interested not only at the national media, but the regional media is critical for them, and we understand that if after the war we will have elections, Ukrainians. It's a separate story. We realize that after the war it will be a more turbulent environment. It will be a very serious battle, and we realize that with time probably Russia will try to interfere in these processes as well. Actually, today we plan to talk over what it should be done in order Suspilne Ukraine will be evolving with no regard what administration and power will have in Ukraine. It should the most critical role in order to meet the needs that were mapped out. It should be the safeguard of the democracy. The floor is open to Mrs. Svitlana Ostapa. She's a member of the supervisory board, and she has been working on the reform for many years. We have launched these processes back to 2005. Svetlana actually contributed a lot in order to strengthen Suspilne Ukraine and to provide its operation. And she is a member of the supervisory board because this board should represent all the interests and visions of the society. And my question to you is as follows. What is your vision of Suspilne Ukraine in future after the war? What threats, what challenges do you see, and what we should do in order to minimize these challenges and threats? Because without understanding these threats, it will be difficult to speak and to map out certain actions. Please open my presentation. Greetings to all the participants of this conference, esteemed guests. Thanks to the military of Ukraine, actually we have a chance to get together and speak about the future of our country. No doubt we believe on the victory over the evil, and independence is so critical word for Ukrainians, specifically for the employees in the Suspilne Ukraine. I would like to put a focus on this today. Actually, I could not forecast what is the future of Suspilne Ukraine, because in today's environment it is difficult, but I will tell you about the visions, what it will be. Ukraine was the last CIS country and who set up and created the public broadcaster. We understand that without Suspilne, only Belarus we have, where they did not manage to build up editorial independence. And actually in Russia, it looks like that they have Suspilne, public broadcaster, but it is treated today as a propaganda machinery. In the independent Ukraine for a dozen of years, and currently we have communal regional media. Some of them were built up back to the time of the Soviet Union, and Ukraine was also committed to have the transformation of these companies, and it was very critical at that time, and the realization of the media reforms was so critical because it will allow to work to the benefit of their audience, to the benefit of the society. And after the revolution of dignity, we had several media reforms. Based on certain broadcasters, we have reformed all the municipal, communal, and regional press and broadcasters. Actually, here you may see what was the result of digitalization of the state and communal press. We have passed a specific road, and such an experience is not available with any country globally, because very many people were inspired in Ukraine with building up of Suspilne broadcasting. And at that time, back to 2014, we had the other channel. It had the satellite license, and the main objective is to broadcast the parliament sittings, and the transformation was not simple because we did not have the magic stick of Harry Potter, but for us it's very important to understand how it was going, and we are pleased to see how young people treat Suspilne today. We were built up back to 2017, but very many people wanted to see us in the shape of BBC, and they don't remember that BBC is more than 100 years, and it is not possible in one day to change everything, to change the content, to change the attitude of politicians and a government to us. At the sitting of the Committee of the Freedom of Speech, this committee was led by Victoria Sumar, and we also considered the letter from one of the member of the parliament who actually had a claim that he was rejected to voice his ideas at one of the channels. And then at that time, to Oleg Galavaika, he was present at our first panel to investigate really what had happened. And the point is that normally Suspilne Ukraine is not obliged to give the floor to any person who wants, like it was with the state channels before. The point is that at that time very many politicians were reluctant to give freedom to many channels. They tried to get a control over them, and for us it's very interesting to listen such debates, why you have invited this guest and why you did not invite this MP. And for us it was a very hard burden because very interesting that certain people treat budgetary providing the budgets as a personal issue. Another story is that earlier we have declared that Ukraine has a transformation from the state broadcasting to Suspilne public broadcasting. And currently what we say, Vladimir Petrovich at our first channel mentioned that now we are getting back to the Soviet time because we're trying to reinstate the state channels. And also once, actually they posed the question, could, for example, we transfer one of the channels that is included in Suspilne Ukraine as a Russian broadcasting channel? We did not understand why such a request came from this person. And actually, for us, it is not allowed to have other language broadcasting except Ukrainian. We have certain issues with regards to certain decision taken. It's a dim channel because every month they launch different projects, and it appears that budgeting is provided by the state to this channel. Also, the state channel Army TV also the point is that the work of their correspondents should not replace the work and engagement of other correspondents in the front. Today, Rada channel has a digital license, and its editorial policy is being controlled, freedom and dim, according to other language, but broadcasting, they are supposed to deliver these broadcasts in the other territories, but it appears that they provide this broadcasting for the Ukrainian public. With all this, we realize that it is not a true independence, and we remember that we have shallow budgeting, and all these statements are not much convincing. Actually, take a look on the graphs, and in case our authorities understand with a strong Suspilne Ukraine will be more democratic, it will take a shorter time to access the European Union, then they will never lessen their budget to their support. Over the 6 years, actually, we have planted and we have provided the new generation of journalists, and it appeared that sometimes they treat us as one channel with a low rating. I believe that some politicians will be surprised that more than 2/3 of population they get to our news, and actually they trust more than 80% of our audience. They trust Suspilne Ukraine. Also, more than 8.4 million subscriptions in our social networks. Actually, it is very persuasive figures. Thanks to the donors, ambassadors, international organizations, specifically European Union efforts, their representative office in Ukraine, for a number of years they trusted us. They treat this reform as a successful one, and this should be understandable with our politicians. Suspilne Ukraine doesn't mean the end of the reform. We should not devalue what we are doing. They should facilitate the reform, because our reform also very critical at the same extent as other reform, as anti-corruption reform. When the director of the plant publicly says that he supports gender equality, but he beats his wife at home, in the household, we understand that if we implement all these normal principles and norms, this will be the fundamental for the differences between Ukraine and Russia. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Svetlana. It's a very true story. I would like to pose the question to Alexander. It's not a secret that the public broadcasters, BBC for example, always they are in a certain antagonism to the power and authorities, because they have their objectives. Sometimes they can cross over, but sometimes they overlap, but sometimes they don't overlap. But actually, democracy is the best environment for this. And now, in front of us, we have implementation of a number of the European Union acts. In the end of the past year, actually, we have implemented certain acts that mainly pertain for social media and networks. Mrs. Kravchuk probably could comment on the exact date, and in 1 month, actually, we will have a more important act, Media Freedom Act. It is a very important act because due to its wording, it includes 2 fundamental issues. That is the support for the independent regulators. This is our National Council on Broadcasting, and secondly, it's a support to the independent broadcasters. Actually, we understand for us it's important to use the glossary because we are talking over not only about media, but we are talking over broadcasters. We have the lowest budget in this year compared to the previous year, with no regard to the administration. Actually, we acknowledge it is because below in the previous years it was 50/50. It was budgeting in the most complex years when we were in transformation, but now it is only 30%. on the requested amount. What can we do in order to have the situation that with no regard to the power in the House, to the administration, whether we like it, whether we don't like it, we could obtain ideally 0.2% of budget, but at least the amount that will secure maintenance of a number of the journalists and the media workers in order they will not be having not dual works, in order to provide their living standards. It's so critical for us because I speak a lot to the rank and file journalists, and I understand their concerns and needs. And when they do this journalism, we understand they should have a decent reward in order they could be provided with a decent gadget, and this will allow them to have state-of-the-art journalism. For us, it's very important to understand what shall we do in order to have adequate funding, in order not to have a situation, because earlier we have concluded the agreement with Eurovision, and then actually this debt was transferred to the future periods. And for us, it's very important to understand when we get this of that commitment.
Так само нас зобов'яже
The Future Act will also oblige us to finance Suspilne Ukraine, what has to be done in order to happen that. So I invite to Suspilne Ukraine, like it is done in Poland, Denmark, Great Britain, and so we should together build the democracy. Good afternoon. 0.2%, please. This is for the previous year. The allocations, this sum, when the law was prepared, it was fixation of a status quo of financing of state broadcasting companies in percentages for the previous year. We have war, and the budget is doubled. So in terms of the discussion, in terms of allocation, I would do this from the status quo which we had, not now. And the last slide with columns, we need to talk about it because red columns, this is marathon. It's not Freedom and Dom channels. It's not your money. These are other money. Look, I think that you asked a long time question, so I had time to think about the answer. So my answer is that there will be a strong support to Suspilne and us, all the country, if this discussion that there are some bad politicians that want to close Suspilne, if we will just put it into live programs of Suspilne Ukraine, where we had professional discussion. I was one of the, I don't know, fanatics, Miroslav Warchuk program 50 times. I was not a frequent visitor, but I understood. At that point, I was conscientious local politician, because I became the head of the party. I understood that there is attention to my personality, so I want to satisfy this attention, not on commercial TV channels, but also in the over public broadcaster to increase the views. So the politics should not work a lot with the politician, with this Suspilne. When in studio we do this work on journalists, Q&A, there is discussion, power position, honor of the Suspilne. It was not transformed all the time in this dogfight, and it's gender channel in radio format. Everything was probably I was not covered in radio discussions. So if we will have conversations with journalists and politicians or with issues, pretenses and necessity to honestly responding and on management of Suspilne Ukraine, on finding the funds, on definition of the mechanism, better mechanisms and decision taken, the profile committee meetings of the parliament, regulators that we have 1.5, and we have to understand how we can make one regulator or two, because I don't understand our state telecom vision, but there is a problem. It's constitution. So why it became, I will tell you. Yeah, we do understand. I remember we have National Council for which we strongly supported in the law about mass media, but it disagrees. We would like to see Minfin or Budget Committee. Unfortunately, we don't see these people. He was in previous panel. Okay. And who was from the budget? Okay. This is a discussion, of course. We started from something, they were against, etc., etc. Then it comes out that the National Council is quite nobly say that we disagree with the results. We need to have a register, otherwise we will be in discrepancy with the requirement, etc., etc. So all these talks should be professionally in more calm situation to decrease the degree of discussion, and it should not be less of this conversation during the year. I haven't been in 8th and convention number 9. The topic to take money from Suspilne. This is every year it appears. Why we don't need Suspilne Ukraine? And during this year, why do we need Suspilne? Well, let's send this money to another track. So this kind of more complicated evidence for that track. Then we have an increase of the role of Suspilne Ukraine itself. That these additional evidences for the public and for the MPs, because they vote in behalf of the public. We need to search from the results of the work that you will have. I am continuing to be the adept of the topic that has been raised by the board, that Suspilne Ukraine should sail from the owner of the premises to other inconceivable functions to the track of broadcaster or media machine, media center, high level of convergency, because I think it's not the end of this topic, and that will be something going beyond, and we won't overcome BBC of the 80s when around the world there was another story in place. You don't understand even know what is the story, and here we have to catch up. Suspilne Ukraine has good results because you are, at least what I have seen, and I participated in opening of the newsroom. I knew before the war. It looks not worse, worse than commercial channel, even better, including capacity, opportunities. How to pass to another kind of product from this to be more popular? I don't know. What are the terms that should be used? It's another question. I think if there will be the increase of the last indicator that you have shown, trust, citing, it will automatically give you the response to the public. And then politicians will be better reacting to that. Of course, since we have mixed election campaign with majoritarian participation, so all the channels you know, whatever the name they are, yeah, it's hard to deal with. But maybe I may say something bad, but let's admit that there are some bad also phenomena from Suspilne Ukrainian locations, stuff. And before the election they will activize, and God bless them, there should not be This time, if a local Suspilne will be working within the standards. Now local, they work in another regime. Then I have a question. You touched upon the property issue. It's a long story. I remember how it appeared in the law moratorium to sell the property, which made me mad. Will the parliament will make amendments to A, Suspilne should repay the obligations, and B, to sell off the ballast property which takes money from us. Not all. We haven't amended the code. Let's talking about code, because now we have another amendments in the legislation, and there will be responsibility. We will adjust. We talked with Makita about that it should be as a whole thing. I think we need to go along that track and to remove unconsiderable functions. Look, because it's a simple logics, and the financing will not be reduced because there is 0.2%. Now we have military budget, but when we will back to civil budget, and status quo will be different. So the allocations will be moved into the track of production, purchase, and some more quality production. If you are talking about the fact you mentioned about convergency, it's cheaper, by the way, so you will have more money. Conditionally, I simplify it, but to have the network, to maintain network of Telegram channels, it's 2 copics to make a good product. A summary production is much more of the cost, and it will give you an opportunity to develop. You will not lose the audience, but you will cover young audience, and there will be rotation of personnel as well. So I would work on this removal of these inconsiderable functions. In terms of obligations of the Europe, etc., I think we have shown that this is our focus. The loan media was adopted with all the promises. The partners admitted that at least we are a little bit better rather than anti-corruption events or money laundering of incomes, which we will be dealing with in future. So I think in terms of these points, some points of inclinations, deviations, it's a separate discussion. Marathon, it's another, and information policy during the war, it's another discussion. Examples of Israel, Ukraine, actually, I think is quite flexible. It would be much worse. So, in terms of distribution of the budget for different different positions, there are certain risks, but every crisis is a chance. And after the victory, after the war, this market will be different. And Suspilne Ukraine will be much better because the rules, some approaches would be changed in consumption of information, but the state would be supporting public broadcasters. It will be in place. And also our old-fashioned phantom headaches of radar channel, etc. We will search for the decision, but you have to understand that first of all, the editing policy is a complicated system. But in general, I don't know who said that. Nezhitsky said that we formed the policy, or Vladimir Vyatrovich. I think we will have a separate discussion on that before the elections. The head of the operators that signs the contract with the director of Channel Rada is nominated by the Rada, by the parliament. And the speaker of the Rada nominate this political nominee. But if we are talking about the fact that Opposition is saying no, we are against Rada state channel. It's bad, so when next time we will the representatives of the opposition. I will not mention the names. Colleagues, as a moderator, Rada TV channel, we have to have a separate discussion about this channel. There are a lot of visions how we can resolve a YouTube channel and a limited information policy. We will go away from the Suspilne Ukraine topic because it's like a danger to Suspilne. We say that it's less danger. This channel is bigger danger. So let's discuss whether there is a danger of existence of parliamentary channel. Is it much bigger rather than an obligation to observe the allocations or personnel risks, HR risks? So it should be result in a nutshell, in a general sense. So you blame politicians that we, for instance, in one of the discussion program, we can talk about information policy of Ukraine. Well, now I have two remarks. First question, and then I will give floor, or maybe now to Mykola to comment the question about local broadcasting, maybe later. So the question is, we have occupied territories. We have 10 years occupied Crimea. We have partially 10 years Lugansk area and those territories that are under occupation. Question to two of you, before we pass to our foreign colleagues, what do you see the role of Suspilne here? These are the question of national minorities, language of broadcasting, and what and how Suspilne Ukraine should do, and the state should favor Suspilne, so we would be in mental deoccupation of this cognitive deoccupation of these territories, which is using the representative of the Ukraine in Crimea, representative of the president of Ukraine. So in fact, we are talking about these different sites. What is your opinion? Suspilne, we have Suspilne Crimea, Suspilne Donbass, United Lugansk and Donetsk areas, regions. They are important to us and all the time been important and shall be. So collectives we will enforce as long as we will be able in terms of the deoccupation when it will be done. And to maximum extent, we will staff them and ensure with everything needed for the work first. Secondly, in terms of separately about broadcasting, I would hope that the Deputy Minister of Finance, Yarmolych, would come here to this meeting. Maybe he's having a much more important business, but I would have a specific question to him about broadcasting at medium waves. It's important now to ensure the broadcasting that we had before the war. We had the best cover in Suspilne broadcasting, radio and TV. To revive it, recover it, and broadcasting at medium waves is quite popular, but in our country, because of the war, it's important. Because we have destroyed lines at the front line, and on these territories, these transmitters are destroyed, these temples are destroyed, and without parliament we will not be able to do it, because it is blocked at the level of the parliament, and then we are blamed that we are not broadcasting at medium waves.
Знайшли навіть кошти.
We found our own resources. We had actually the draft resolution, but unfortunately they have rejected this document. Actually, we have found certain resources, but it's necessary to have certain approvals. If I say that here it's important to have Suspilne in Donetsk and Lugansk regions, as I represent the society, we understand media should be operational in these territories. We understand that commercial channels and groups, it will be very different for them to settle there, like in Kherson today. Over the past year, mainly we have operations of those who used to work there. There are some local bloggers who from time to time reside there and then leave Kherson region. Some of them moved to Kiev, and it's a sort of so gray here. Not in terms of information, it's sort of a gray area. For us, it's important to understand how it will be workable. Actually, in terms of our integration and recovery plans, we understand that it is necessary to post certain civil servants which will facilitate the processes of recovery. They understand that they will take the risks on their own when they plan to get there. For us, it's very important to have there journalists that will firm up the civil society in this region. For us, it's very important to understand how we will be implementing this policy. I understand in terms of strategy of the occupation, recovery, it's necessary to take sort of special decisions. If we speak about the territories that have been deoccupied, we understand certain budgeting should be made available in order to give support to certain groups and channels, because the structure of costs and expenses will be completely different compared to the territories that have not been occupied. We do understand this. We understand if we, for example, post somebody, there will be some running costs that's like accommodation costs, and for us it's very important to take all this into account. As to the global issues, actually how we should form the policy with regards to these territories, as to what language they should use. It's clear that in order to implement certain principle, we understand that we have already voted to certain drafts of the law. They became the laws, and we understand after adoption of certain documents, we should start its implementation. And it will be very important to have a good interaction between the state, between Suspilne Ukraine and the regional authorities. It will be so critical to work under this triangle mode. We understand that tomorrow we'll have our Tuesday sessions, so representatives of the Ministry of Finance are invited to our meetings, no doubt. We'll ask them as what their vision with regards to funding, both to the Suspilne Ukraine and the regional Suspilne. We understand that these are so critical. I'd like to say my mom lived in Bucha, and she managed to escape Bucha because thanks to radio she got the information on how to escape Russian occupation in Bucha. And now we get to our guests, Mr. Noel. It's in Europe. it's clear that after the Second World War, it's difficult to find the example of the war that is ongoing in Ukraine. There was the Balkan War, but Ukrainian experience is a unique one. And we understand, given the general trends of the media in Europe, given our situation, what is your vision from the European Broadcasting Union, whether it's a unique path and whether Ukrainian experience with time could be inspiring for the other countries' experience and to show the way how the public broadcasters could evolve. But the point is that we have started the processes, not the first, but the last. We understand that there are certain technological solutions, solutions how to survive. Maybe also this could be valuable for Europe. So this will be our contribution to the broadcasting community. So the floor is open for you.
Thank you. Dear ambassadors, members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me to this important conference. I'm here to talk to you on behalf of the European Broadcasting Union, which is the world's leading alliance of public service media. We represent, for those of you that don't know, we represent 112 of the continent's largest broadcasters, and we are honored to have UAPBC amongst our members. In April this year, I had the privilege, and it was a privilege, to visit Kyiv and Chernihiv, together with our EBU president and CEO of France Télévisions, Delphine Arnault. I met with UAPBC staff and management and discussed how the EBU and fellow public broadcasters can help support their work in the face of this brutal invasion. It was an honor to see and hear more about the work of UAPBC and the journalists and staff, and to meet them who are taking incredible risks to provide a lifeline for all of those caught in the crossfire of this terrible war. Just a few days ago, the president of UAPBC Management Board, Mykola Chernotitskyi, informed us about a blast next to one of their buildings. The commitment and dedication of all Suspilne journalists, staff and management is humbling. We are particularly grateful for the support of Chair Svetlana Ostaba, and good to see you, and also to hear your very important speech earlier, particularly emphasizing the need for independence in the future. At the EBU, we are grateful to be able to count on the expertise and the insights of Mykola. He was elected in June 2022 to our executive board by the Director Generals of broadcasters throughout Europe, and he plays a critical role in helping shape our strategy and development and public support of not just public service media across Europe, but also in Ukraine. UAPBC is an active and valued member of our organization. Since the invasion, it has provided uninterrupted television, radio, and online services to the public, including news and information, cultural programming, music, and educational content. Despite the daily challenges, UAPBC also actively helps public broadcasters across Europe to provide trusted coverage of events in Ukraine, sharing valued news and analysis on a daily basis, as well as award-winning documentaries, including Bucha 22, which was filmed last year in the aftermath of the Russian occupation. With their support and that of our members across the continent, we have been able to share over 13,000 news items with public service newsrooms since the invasion. UAPBC has also supported us with investigative journalism, including the groundbreaking report last March that exposed the plight of children taken away from their parents to Russia. Also, they have supported us in producing one of the first in-depth interviews with President Zelensky, which was broadcast over 2,000 times on 80 channels alone. In times of conflict, the true character of institutions is revealed. As rocket soared and bomb fell, UAPBC took on that role that was more than just a broadcaster. It became a lifeline. People tuned in not just for news and information, but also solace. Suspilne was there to help inform, comfort, and bring people together in difficult days. Last year, it produced over 33,000 hours of TV and radio, 700 hours of news, and 500 hours of radio news. Its importance will grow even bigger after the war, when it will be needed to help bolster the national spirit and support the restoration of the economy. During the time, the audience of the broadcaster has skyrocketed, testimony to the invaluable services it provides. And we saw some of the trust figures earlier shown to us. A survey by Gradus in April showed that 86% of the audience trusted news in Ukrainian TV. Public service media must act in the interest of all citizens, free from political and commercial interference. Independence has been one of our core values and lies at the heart of many of the Council of Europe's recommendations. It is also, as been pointed out today, becoming even more important at EU level with the new Media Freedom Act, which will apply to existing states, but will also be seen as a criteria for accession states to enter the EU. Suspilne is now on an upward trend and needs the continued support of the audience and decision makers. It has been particularly encouraging for us to see the growth of its digital platforms in recent months. Despite the invaluable support it has provided, its budget for this year is lower than last year, just at 30% of the sum stipulated by the law. It is of utmost importance to ensure that it receives an adequate budget so it can not only fulfill its critical remit, but also undertake a program of digital transformation and attract younger audiences. We would strongly, at EBU, encourage the government and Parliament to ensure Suspilne's full budget in the upcoming year 2024. This will enable them to continue to play a full role in supporting democracy, the economy, and social cohesion. The expectations for UAPBC during and after the war will be much greater than for other broadcasters in Europe. But currently, it has the third lowest level of funding amongst our members. Even smaller EBU members have tripled the budget, and they are not producing television and extensive online services, it's merely radio. The EBU and our members will continue to offer our assistance to UAPBC. In the spirit of solidarity, we have come together to donate transmission and production equipment, satellite terminals, generators, and of course, content. In addition, public broadcasters across Europe continue to produce programming for Ukrainians in exile, notably children, as well as hosting Ukrainian artists, musicians, and journalists, and organize fundraising campaigns to provide humanitarian aid. Thank you for your time today. We are very proud to have UAPBC amongst our family of broadcasters and believe the service it offers is invaluable, not only in keeping Ukrainian audiences informed about the latest developments in the war, but also those across the continent. I would urge you to continue to support its vital mission and ensure it can continue to grow and modernize its offer so it can reach all citizens everywhere. Thank you.
Дякую, пане Інель. Дякую за виступ.
Thank you very much, Mr. Noel. Thank you for your speech. As I have already mentioned that we have planned to invite, and it was almost confirmed, the speech of the Ministry of Finance. Maybe it is the embodiment of certain position of the Ministry of Finance. I don't know why he has not showed up. But the first meeting of the work level group back to 2014, at that time, at this meeting, there was a representative of the Ministry of Finance, and he actually notified us that we should not include a special line in the law that will secure funding and budgeting of the Suspilne at that time. But currently, also, we have Monica online with us, and the question is as follows. Given the fact that your country also has survived totalitarian timing. And actually, you have started your public broadcasting much earlier than we. And actually, I understand in many countries there was very different attitude towards the public broadcasting. And could you share with us how did you manage in your country to provide sustainability of budgeting of your public broadcasting, and what challenges you confront? The floor is open for you, Monica.
Speakers, I'm first of all, I'm honored to be on this panel and to have an opportunity to express my biggest support, my biggest admiration, to what Suspilne is doing, and also we are with Mykola Czarnodyrsky. We are all both members of EBU executive board, and I first of all, before I go into topic of Lithuanian public service media financing. I would like only to support what Noel has said before, and just to let you know that among the members of EBU, Suspilne is greatly respected. We are learning from them how to work under very difficult circumstances, how to survive. We are consulting with them, and when Mykola speaks on our General Assembly, so often he has got a huge round of applause and a big respect. And we are admiring a lot on how Suspilne is contributing to the news that we all are using, and showing the greatest example how to work under very, very difficult circumstances and shortage. Going to Lithuanian case, we have now at the moment we have a pretty good financing model, but I must stress that during pretty long years, LRT has been heavily underfinanced. We are having a lot of operations. We have 7 channels in total, and until 2015, LRT was present on advertising market. And then it was decided that LRT independence should be guaranteed from political influence, from economical lobbying, its editorial independence should be protected. And the law was changed. And now the majority of LRT budget and income is state budget allocations as a fixed percentage tax of 2 taxes. So this is a personal income tax and excise duties, accordingly 1 and 1.3%. And after adoption of this law, LRT became, I would say, truly independent, and our budget was growing lately every year because our economy was growing. And it permitted us to fulfill our mission much better and establish the investigation journalism and practice much more quality and independent journalism than before, as well as invest into digitalization and overall a digital presence and in our news website, because we do not have to go to the parliament every year and be dependent on the votes of the members of parliament. And as these taxes, it comes automatically. It is being calculated from the year before last collected taxes, so that we could plan in advance our budget. And this system is rather good and stable. Of course, it still has its disadvantages, as we cannot move our savings to another year. But this is the details. In general, this system is good, and apparently it's so good that neither private media nor some politicians like it. And it was challenged several times, and it is still being challenged. Our former government several years ago applied constitutional court challenging this model and claiming that the forming of a state budget is a discretion of the government, but the constitutional court said that no, it should stay this way because public broadcaster must be independent from political and business interests, and it can have the percentage of two taxes. It was also there was also complaints from private media to European Commission because of this funding. They claim that it's unlawful. It's a state funding that is not verified. But European Commission refused to start investigation, and so they went to court. Now this case is in court, and we are eagerly waiting for a decision, which I hope would be in favor of public service media. So to emphasize the entire importance of the financing, and there were many surveys carried out in West Europe as well as in Baltic states, which showed direct relation in between the strong public service media and democracy. And in case of Suspilne, it is even more important because now Suspilne has to invest a lot in its news and work under difficult circumstances. And it is necessary now and in the post-war period to ensure the financial conditions for even broad involvement and representations of the Ukrainian public service media in the EBU, because as me and Noel mentioned before, Suspilne is the member of much larger family and the part of much and has an access to a very large information, how shall I put it, distribution, because all the other members of EBU are very eager to use the quality news that are being presented and produced by Suspilne. And for Ukraine to be able to tell its story, to combat fake news, to alert international community on propaganda and interference, and contribute to the shaping of information landscape in Europe and beyond is based on democratic values. And it's very important, and no other media in a position to do is better on international level than a trusted and independent public service broadcaster. Also, the various sad cases in Europe show that the public service media turned into state media loses the trust of its audience and its audience, which is the most important thing, the most important currency for the public service media, the trust. So I think for Ukraine, it's very important to have a strong and independently financed and well-governed public service media. And it is also important not only for Ukraine, but also for entire Europe. So that could, yeah, I would stop here probably. If you have specific questions, I would be glad to answer those.
Thank you. Actually, we are over in terms of our panelists. Now we can pass to the participants. So, colleagues from the Parliament, Ms. Evgenia, do you want to have a say? So I was a little bit taken. I would like to say in the very beginning, and then I will reiterate. What is my conclusion? It is very useful to have a discussion beyond our bulb, because usually the events that are done with donors or foundations, yeah, I come and you know, barristers, advocates, they are advocates the public. But the more you would understand beyond the bulb, it would be more useful. I understand that you may have the better desire that power is so bad doesn't want to finance. Now, yeah, not only the member of parliaments of Humanitarian Committee, there were the representatives of Budget Committee. There is the first Vice Speaker of our parliament. So this topic is important, and this way we can go together if we will use correct instruments and tools. And I think that we just were lacking a few member of parliament from majoritarian type that wouldn't understand probably from another committee. Transport Committee, for instance, they on the Odessa Oblast, for instance, they wouldn't understand properly the issue. That's the picture. In fact, the voice of such parliamentarian is the same likewise speaker or the head of profile committee. So for us it is important and to more talk about successes in Ukraine. We will talk about it at our next panel, but me as a head of the committee of Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe, I can boast in front of other MPs about Suspilne Ukraine as an example, and the only example of the work during large-scale aggression of Russian Federation to Ukraine. I want to specify why you have taken my words that I was criticizing that we are underfinanced. 6 years we were underfinanced. I just given you all these years we've been underfinanced. In 2020, we a little bit reached the volume of financial. It was 85%. This is the only year when we get capital allocations for the development for all 20 years of the existence of Suspilne Ukraine. I have found where to take the money. I know the source. Why didn't you pay the attention? The DOM TV channel that should be the language broadcasting. Why it has money for premieres? We have press releases that we launch such and such project, and these funds we are asking from the donors for documentary from USAID, other donors. We ask money to produce the content. So it was never been like that a few years ago. And in terms of Rada channel, I will remember you in the law on media. There is obligation of to prepare the law draft about Rada channel. We are waiting, yes. We wait for the minister and for the law draft. Of course, we are waiting for it. I wouldn't call up to use the logics that some money will be deducted from DOM channel and will be given to Suspilne Ukraine. It's not the case, firstly. Secondly, these are different items of allocations from the budget and different tasks. Suspilne, this is public broadcasting, and so it's one task. DOM was created with another task to fight for the mind and psychology of those people. We have to analyze whether they've been fighting or not. It's another question. What is the function of this channel from the point of view of state funding? My vision this year that we will have a different budget for marathon, and everything will be different with these marathons and channels, because again, the target is, and President defined that clearly, to accumulate all the funds, internal resources to the war. Unfortunately, we are waging the war only for our funds and taxes. So media area is donated from the partners. Of course, from those taxation. So if we will, so this is the money for armaments and for the shells, rounds We honestly saying that we can decrease and optimize this funding. It is needed for this and for that. So Suspilne Ukraine has better position because this is the track that is underway already for a long time, and we will be priority supporting it. But the rest of state-funded media, we have also not 3 channels but 3 or 2 papers that will be privatized and here we have one representative of 2 owners, but they are in different law drafts in the law, in the parliament. When we started to go in depth into how to apply the law, when we entered the idea, so the publication at the website now is a risk. Because cyber attacks, it is easier to do rather than to block typography, publishing house, or a newsletter from the parliament, etc. So when you go into details, there are some issues to be resolved. We expect the law draft on Rada channel. It's a serious question because we have budget process and we also adopt the budget for the Rada. So certain funding, of course, is done for this Rada channel, and somebody would be telling that this is for the account of Suspilne. If you're talking about the bulb, it's a nice history. This idea to have a discussion in larger circles because we never go away from discussion of Suspilne Ukraine. The context is constantly changing. For instance, I expect from the Rada channel budgeting will be with politicians, will be only parties, no majoritarian guys. So there will be the opportunity for the Suspilne broadcaster, public broadcaster. So Suspilne will not be. I am really simplified with the time. It's difficult to this member of parliament. These are plain people. They are consume the information. The meta task is that they should read not through her Telegram channel, but Telegram channel of the Rada. Or they will be passing screenshots from Suspilne. It will be. It should be inside. Rearrangement should be done inside the parliament. And how they vote for the budget? 180,000 civil servants. And how many of them are interested in Suspilne? I think they first of all would be interested in Suspilne because 120,000 out of maybe 140 they are sitting in places. This is a local news, a local public broadcasting. They produce these decisions, services, so they should be in this process permanently. Soldier, army, state, so a few millions of people working for the country, for the state. So this audience could be involved in Suspilne. I can say that appearance of Suspilne in unexpected places is that it penetrated, especially for the last year. Whether we can overcome through Kharkiv Telegram channel. This is security of Telegram, Russian funders, investors. Through it's like pumper. So it's a phenomenon, and we have many channels like that. They flourishing like mushrooms. So in terms of literacy, question of the ministry, etc., etc. National Council. I see the hand raised Natalia Ligacheva and Mykola. So let's intern. Hello. Simple comment. Mr. Alexandra. Let's not forget about the public when we talk about public broadcasting, but about state and MPs, because all the time you say about Suspilne. Suspilne has this and this, show its efficiency. But if what is channel DOM, why oligarchic channel in telemarafona finance. You say this is another case, etc., etc. You do not call up the public to have such a discussion. So let's have a parity. I actually agree with Ms. Evgenia. You are professional. You mentioned correctly. I also call you up to have this bulb disseminated amongst MPs, and not say that somebody from machine building factory may say something. You tell the truth, but work on it. That this is not that the issues of culture, of mass media, and the role of Suspilne should understand. And say that next Rada will come, it will be with political parties, not from majoritarian member of parliaments, and it will be difficult for you. Lecture, easier. It was said both ways, but we say about the fact that it's very difficult and the public to say. So start from the MPs. Yeah, we are voting. Actually, you have invited friends of Suspilne, but if you will discussion, even the friends are bad friends, and that they underwork. So there will be no friends in terms of oligarchic channels. I think that this discussion is okay from the policy. So like Israel does, let's do it. I said there will be other funding next year. So this is features that there is already a discussion inside the team, which is responsible for the defense. I don't know. It's not about Suspilne. We need. Okay, so we'll have few topics to discuss in Telegram, and should be correct with Israel, because Israel is not a member of European Convention to protect human rights. But Article 10 is hanging on us. It's a part of our legislation. UK, many examples. We can go back all the time into total freedom of speech, but nobody would understand it. So I remember a situation in summer 2021, and what it is now. Information space, and we are beaten a lot for this. Even our colleagues from Latvia, for instance, from Lithuania, Latvia and Lithuania and Estonia, all Baltic states, because maybe Miss Monica told us that it's a rigid situation there, and then they fight against propaganda. What we filter, it's a big plus, but at the level of EU, and we have danger. And unfortunately, we have taken the obligations that are danger to us. Otherwise, and we didn't have any way out. Another comment: this discussion should be done with the representatives telegroups. They have to show the perspective without state fundings for state tele-marathon, and to talk with trade unions. What will be with the market? What we had in March 2021? All the advertisement failed, and we lost a lot of professionals. So we have to talk about that as well. For instance, somebody went to Poland and may not return back. We need to balance. That there should not be for the harm to the public, I agree. And open, let's say, a resolution of owners by the way of the state budget. It can be so. Maybe one channel would have 50 million would be sufficient. And one says we need 500,000. 500 million. So we need to have balance, and we expect from the new Minister of Culture, whoever it would be, whoever Julia it would be. So I would expect a serious discussion at the faction in the parliament about her vision as minister on some maybe editing of this telemarathon, because we have a lot of issues for these 2 years. So the control of quality should be on the Russian vessels, or they read other stuff. So many questions. If it is state money, so they should be properly filtered where they are going. In October, we will have Media Talk conference, big conference. I think we can continue this discussion there. Mykola Kняжицький raised his hand. Mykola Chernotitsky. For myself, I'm very glad to hear that the public should not be involved in a non-profile activity. I support this with 2 hands, 30% of time. It's not content from administering of premises, which is a caravan that we don't need in such a volume, with some ending with the bureaucratic procedure. Except the money, I would talk about conditions. This year, we had a systemic change which actually permits to Suspilne to make a co-production. And I share my dream, and I share my colleagues from European Broadcasting Union to have some co-production project with private producers in Ukraine and public broadcaster in Europe to have some documentary film to shoot on. But the limitation that we have, that the public broadcasting cannot use the budget cost of this year, the debts of the last year. We had Eurovision Song Contest, which was one of the best in Liverpool, showing Ukrainian culture in the Europe as minimum. It was a fantastic work experience to work with the BBC. It's like a younger brother to whom it is told how it should be done. But unfortunately, until now, we have debts for national selection procedure, which has been done in December of last year. And we have this debt. So I would like to aid. It will be a change to a budget code, but then everybody will say no, it's impossible. But as long as production projects in media they are longer than 1 calendar year, we have to do it. It would be a substantial additional aid. There is a practice on these remaining funds related to regional fund, local development. So if there is a practice, so I think we can disseminate. We will talk to Minfin. Please remember to Maketa Paturaev, who is having his birthday today, to plan it at future operations, transactions, and also about this exchange of rates. Because Minfin will have 150 evidences, so there will be the discussion with Yermolichu. I'd like to.
Our local Telegram channel is also, it's an interesting story, because for us it's very important to have our brand recognized in different parts of this country, and our responsibility and our commitment across the country and at the local level is that 36% of Ukrainians actually they listen to Suspilne. For us, it's important to have this percentage higher, at least at the level of 50%. We have 2.8 million of subscribers, and actually they steal our news. no doubt we could produce the perfect product. For us, it's very important to understand how we could improve the media literacy of the people. No doubt, with a certain efforts, the consumption rate could be higher. We don't use tarologists and horoscopes, but no doubt we see that only through the mechanisms I described, we could increase our consumption rate of our products. So with regards to the literacy, it's so important actually to analyze it versus different scam that is used by Russians, disinformation delivered by Russians in order to weaken Ukrainians. Good afternoon to all of you. I'd like to ask you, Mr. Alexander, in general, what is the political role, for example, to give a support to Suspilne Ukraine? What is your... We have no other public broadcasters. Suspilne Ukraine, as to the volume of funding, we see that if you would include here the marathon, news marathon, then I understand that with time probably we will adjust these expenses, and it is included in the logics of the some documents that have been signed already. We understand that with all these we could actually strengthen the democracy in this country. And for us, it's very important actually to upgrade the literacy and open society and the access to media and the public broadcaster. It's very critical. We understand that we are not talking over the topic of elections. Some people believe that no doubt we should have elections after the war, but actually nobody rejects the elections will be conducted. But for us it's important to understand what is the priority actions for this or that period. As we were talking over many topics today, the competition, the oligarch channels, products of certain channels. I understand that certain products produced by Suspilne actually are very high in quality, for example, musical products. And maybe we have certain gaps with communication of the information on this or that product. Maybe it's our drawback, but my understanding that actually Suspilne today, sometimes people, when you talk to them, for them it's very interesting their reaction when we start talking to them on Suspilne. We understand that our audience in Suspilne understands the content. The war circumstances actually allows us to cope with certain problems, and Suspilne copes with certain challenges. This issue has been already discussed today. If we have a minor solutions, maybe sometimes a small-scale solution could be a real helper, because there is a different magnitude of problems. We acknowledge this. Mr. Alexander Andrei Diktorenko, I'm from Suspilne. In the very beginning of your talk, you mentioned that in 2014 you visited a talk show. I understand that personally on you also rating of Suspilne depends a lot. But now we are not talking over your attendance and your visits to Suspilne. Sometimes we have the situation when the representatives of power, representatives of the majority in the parliament, they sometimes choose under different pretexts not to attend and to reject the invitation. Sometimes they give preference to the visits to the private channels where they feel themselves as in the warm bath. For us, it's important to understand that this is maybe a stereotype that in order to have the better discussion, you should get more often to this or that channel. We have a sort of a traumatic experience in 2019. We had very many people in our faction that refused to get to the certain channels. But now actually there are also changes in their mindset. Actually in political processes we have certain changes because actually cohesion, unity, these topics are very important for the people. And sometimes people don't agree to listen these words from the broadcast. We understand that you as a broadcaster should comply with the principles. We understand there could be certain disputes during our broadcasts. It's true. Actually, I understand maybe we will get back to this topic and we will be more relying on the visits to Suspilne. Svetlana, thank you very much for the Ukrainian radio efforts and operation. And in the Ukrainian radio, Alexander will have a talk this Wednesday. We don't know who will be the opponent to Alexander, but thank you, thank you. I have a brief question to Monica. You are listening to our discussion. What is your situation with the Telegram channels? Actually, how you actually work this Telegram channel actually is considered to be the major media. Actually, how you treat your Telegram channels?
We do not have a very strong presence on Telegram channel, but we do have some of the content and also in Russian language. But what we did lately is that we launched the version of our news website in Ukrainian language, also in Polish, because we have a rather large Polish minority. Also, we strengthened our version of Russian language content because there is a need for it when the Lithuanian Russians do not have any access less access to propaganda channels. So we hope they will start consuming decent information and also English. So that's speaking about this distribution on other channels, but overall, speaking about digital platforms and other channels like YouTube, like Telegram, TikTok, or Facebook. So in our case, for us, it is important to reach our audiences where they are. And I know that some broadcasters, they are not present or they do not try to give their content away for Facebook. But for us, it is not the case because Lithuanian LRT was rather late to be on a digital platforms. So when I joined the office 5 years ago, we really had to catch up. And some of the content is present only on digital platforms. Like we have a teenager channel on YouTube, which is only present on YouTube because they only consume YouTube. And I understand that it's not a good idea that our preference actually is to drive the traffic to LRT channels, but also it is very important to reach our audiences that we haven't reached before. So we do it through various channels, as well as TikTok, Snapchat, and others. I don't know if I answered your question specifically, but I hope so.
Дякую. Ну, власне, да, те, що ми хотіли почути.
Thank you very much. It was nice to hear your final words. We are getting to the end of our session. I believe that it was useful and interesting. And no doubt we have covered very many items and topics, information policy, radar channel, the role of Telegram channels. No doubt we have more and more topics to be discussed next time. And I would like to thank you for engagement. Igor Rastadai, actually, me is a chief expert on media. Dear colleagues, let's start. It's time. We have already 5 minutes delay. Greetings to all of you. We start our third panel discussion. My name is Irina Slavitska. I am the head of the editorial council. And also, before I introduce you the participants of this panel discussion and our panelists, I would like to call for you, please, those who fix all the events here, records or places certain news, please don't place this news currently in the social media. I'm fully sure that also all the participants will return to the conference room. I understand for us it's very important to have all you, because we have a strong team of Suspilne. Once again, I would like to introduce Radka Pecheva, the head of the member of the Relations Central and European European Broadcasting Union. Offline, also Evgenia Kravchuk, member of the Parliament, deputy head of the Subcommittee on Information Policy and European Integration of the Verkhovna Rada Committee on Humanitarian and Information Policy. And what is important that Evgenia Kravchuk also she is the head of the Committee on Culture in the European Parliament. So she will give us a broad picture. And Andrei Taranov, member of the Management Board of the Public Broadcasting Company of Ukraine. Victoria Marchenko, Director of Civil Society Development and Free Media Programs, USAID Ukraine program. We start our discussion when we speak about operations of the public broadcasters. Actually, we could say that it contributes a lot to the national security. Quite recently, I looked through the report on the European broadcasters, and actually, among all the materials covered, there were acts of God, flooding, terrorist threats, as it was in Belgium. Also, for us, it's very important to acknowledge that the respect and trust to the public broadcasters is growing, and it's so important for Ukraine as well. The military context in Ukraine, we should keep in mind that public broadcasting needs adequate funding, and we may start our discussion with the question independence. What is we understand that under-budgeting is a sort of an instrument of pressure on public broadcasters, and we should speak about the importance of public broadcasters, how all this works in Europe in general, in the Eastern Europe. That's why for us the information of Radka Pecheva will be very interesting for us. Radka, the floor is open for you.
Much, dear moderator, dear distinguished ambassadors, members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for organizing this important event and for inviting me to speak. I'm honored to be with you. A lot has been said already in the morning, but please allow me to underline again and to acknowledge the efforts and the achievements which Suspilne Ukraine did over the last 2 years, proving the importance of this institution, which was once announced by your government at the time to be the cornerstone of democracy. Today, it was mentioned in the morning, it is of strategic importance for security of the country. Suspilne Ukraine is working hard with the highest level of responsibility and commitment to inform, help, and bring people together during the extreme circumstances of the war. It is changing and increasing its content offer. It is sending their reporters on the front line to bring vital information to people. Suspilne Ukraine has not stopped even for a minute during the war. In the most difficult times, it provided people with the necessary information and on all available platforms. Despite the extremely challenging circumstances of the war, Suspilne Ukraine has significantly increased its audience and is in their presence on digital platforms and social media, which proves the indispensable role of UAPBC in society. As people need Suspilne Ukraine needs people and decision makers to support it and to ensure independent and adequate financial framework for its operations. This is even more so now in the context of Ukraine's ambitious and aspirations to join the European Union and its value system underlined in many Council of Europe instruments, resolutions, and recommendations. Ukraine is a member state of Council of Europe. Many of you may know the key instruments of Council of Europe. One of them is the Council of Europe Recommendation 9610 of the Committee of Ministers to Member States on the guarantee of independence of public service broadcasting. This recommendation reads that the legal framework governing public service broadcasting organizations should clearly stipulate their editorial independence and institutional autonomy. And further, the recommendation adds that the programming activities of public service broadcasting organizations shall not be subject to any form of censorship. Why I'm quoting Council of Europe recommendation, because we all, and today it was very much discussed over independence. Independence is one of the PSM, public service media, core values. And there are 6 core values which were adopted unanimously by the EBU General Assembly in Strasbourg in 2012. And media independence, especially political independence, is a key prerequisite for gaining the trust of people. People trust the media, people trust journalism, depending on how independent people perceive media to be from outside forces. Ensuring public service media, I think we all will agree on this, requires constant vigilance and efforts, not only in Ukraine, not only in Eastern Europe, everywhere. And this is a battle which is fought everywhere in Europe and beyond. There are great examples, though, of resistance to political pressure, and I'm proud to say that our member Czech television is one of them. People, according to their survey, not only highly trust the Czech television, but people went out on the streets to defend public service media when there were political verbal attacks against the institution and its journalists. Under EBU study, public service media news is most trusted in 28 out of 31 European countries, including 25 of the 27 EU member states. Public radio stations, TV channels, digital offers are thus relied on by citizens for credible information. Within the EU, since we are talking about best practices, trust in public service media news is highest in the Nordics, Sweden, Finland, Estonia, and also in Estonia, Portugal, Luxembourg, and Germany. On EU average, 49% of citizens rank PSM among their 3 most trustworthy news sources. Their closest competitor in terms of trust is the written press, following at some distance with a score of 39%. Even further behind are commercial broadcasters, 27%. There is thus a considerable trust gap of 22 percentage points between public service media and commercial broadcasters. Insights from national surveys demonstrate that public service media news is often not only the most trusted source of information, but the broadcasters of this news also rank among the most trusted institutions. institutions and organizations in the country. In many cases, public service media are much more trusted than competing broadcasters from commercial providers. The more citizens perceive their national public service media to be free from political pressure, the greater the trust in public service media news in the country. Similarly, the more citizens think that public service media are free from political pressure, the greater the degree of press freedom in that country. Citizens thus appear to value strong and independent public service media that are capable of fulfilling their remit free from political control and or interference. In Ukraine, it was mentioned already in the morning, but 86% of the audience trusts Suspilne TV news. This is a great achievement, and it needs to be maintained and even further increased. 27% of radio listeners trust Ukrainian radio the most. This is a strong argument to support Suspilne Mовлення and to ensure its independent and adequate funding. I will again refer to Council of Europe because this is the standard setting body in Europe. By recommendation 1878 of the Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe stipulates that public service broadcasters must be an important public source of unbiased information and diverse political opinions. They must function under high editorial standards of objectivity, fairness, and independence from political parties or economic interference. They should be subject to higher public scrutiny and accountability to their programming than commercial broadcasters. They should contribute decisively to the production of audiovisual works of high quality. They should provide a wide audience with free access to informational, educational, and cultural programs. They have the possibility and obligation also to serve minority viewers and people with special needs or impairments who would not be served in a purely commercial market. They should therefore support non-commercial objectives such as social progress, public interest in democratic processes, intercultural understanding, and societal integration. When they fulfill these functions, public service broadcasters constitute an important public asset which should not be diminished or abandoned. This was a quote from Council of Europe recommendation on public service media funding. This important and broad remit of public service media in society, of course, requires independent, stable, predictable, and adequate funding. Unfortunately, despite the enormous efforts and significant achievements of Suspilne Mовлення, its budget is diminishing in the last 3 years, and is placing Ukraine in the lower part of public service media funding in Europe, behind much smaller countries such as Croatia, Slovakia, and Slovenia. At the same time, the demands of the audience are increasing in regards to high-level, top-quality, diverse content offer, and Suspilne Mовлення has to catch up with the fast changes in the media and accelerate its digital transformation. In 2022, in Ukraine, 13.2 million viewers watched the Winter Olympic Games in 2022 on the first channel, Pershi. 11.7 million viewed FIFA World Cup on Suspilne Sport YouTube channel. And 41 million viewed the Eurovision Ukraine on the YouTube channel. Suspilne produced 33,000 hours of in-house TV and radio production. Suspilne has also the challenge to invest in online for young audiences. These are costly content investments and acquisitions and require adequate resources as provided in the national law. Unfortunately, the funding of the national public broadcaster in Ukraine is meeting only 30% of the budget prescribed in the law. There were mentioning of this a lot during the first two panels. On average, citizens living in the EBU area pay directly or indirectly, and listen to this, just 3.26 euro per month in 2021. This makes 11 cents per day. It's even less than a cup of coffee. And this is paid to finance public service media in their respective countries. This net contribution per citizen represents such a minimal cost for these enormous essential and increasing services that public broadcasters provide to populations. On average, total funding of public service media makes up to 0.16% of the GDP, of the national GDP, gross domestic product. In Ukraine, this is 0.04% in comparison with 0.16 from the GDP. Ukraine is in the lowest place on funding. Unfortunately, as percentage from the GDP, there are only two countries after Ukraine with lower funding as percentage from the GDP. I really trust that the debate today will contribute for better understanding about the important role which Suspilne Ukraine plays in the society and in democracy, the importance of ensuring their institutional independence and autonomy, and to ensure their financial sustainability, which will allow them to fulfill best their mission in society. I will stop here, but of course I'll be glad to answer any questions which may arise. Thank you very much.
Дякую дуже за таку детальну.
Thank you very much for such a detailed explanation of the situation, specifically with Suspilne Mовлення in Ukraine. And the floor is open to Evgenia Kravchuk, because during the previous panel discussion, Evgenia mentioned that when they were in Paris, actually they had they made certain statements and they showed what were real achievements of Suspilne Mовлення in Ukraine. Actually, thank you very much for your comment. Actually, we have already discussed the budgeting issues with regards to Suspilne Mовлення, but we should actually analyze the costs versus the number of products produced by Suspilne Mовлення. And it seems to me, actually, we have one of the largest staff that is engaged in Suspilne Mовлення. Also, nobody has mentioned, we have been discussing very many issues, but Suspilne Mовлення actually a very good employer, specifically at the regional level. And it is so very critical for different regions, because in certain journalist circles, it's a very big factor contributing a lot to the situation in the region. We understand that with war, our budget exercises and feels a certain load on it. And for us, it's very important to acknowledge and to highlight I would like to talk over what is the value of Suspilne Mовлення in information security. It is our source of content that and actually our content is also used by the European broadcasters, and then when they are in full know on the situation of Ukraine, they are ready to give support to Suspilne Mовлення. We understand Russia on its part also is in a full know what happens with Suspilne Mовлення of Ukraine, and actually they also take certain efforts in order to give their information. For us, it's important also to understand what information will be useful for our consumer, national consumer, as well as consumer of information outside Ukraine, specifically in Europe. It's also very important to take into account. This issue was highlighted in the law. It means that with this line in the law, we could export our products, and this will also contribute to our future victory. And actually, me and Svetlana, we participated in the meeting of the independent public broadcasters in Vilnius, in Lithuania. And also it was highlighted that the voice of journalists, the voice of Suspilne Mовлення, when there is the voice of Suspilne Mовлення, in contrast to some journalists' unions, because they criticize the actions against Russia Today, they say it was incorrect to take up these actions. And in this situation, we understand what's going on outside Ukraine. We here in the journalist community, we should explain to them that actually, please don't compare speaker from Russia and speaker from Ukraine. It's a completely different pair of shoes. So for us, it's important to understand that we acknowledge also that there are certain problems with the private broadcasters, but we get used to different news. For example, when we listen to the Arabian broadcaster, normally they start broadcasting with a speech from Russia, and if we speak about the European Union, we understand that certain sanctions are imposed, but they allow these speakers to be in the broadcast. As to the funding, I have been listening to the information on different funding models, but we understand that it's very interesting that here we could have very different formats. The broadcasters that are licensed, they add up. Actually, they add up to their expenses additional collections for the power distribution. As to the model of funding, 50% from the license collections, it could be a sort of a direct collection. It could appear that directly it could be good, but our advertising market actually will not be covered only by private broadcasters. For us, it's important to understand in depth our financial model and to understand how it will work in post-war timing. For us, it's important also to inform all the people who are concerned with the Suspilne Mовлення in Ukraine, its future destiny, its evolution. For us, it's also very important to have a valid comparison of different expenses at the level of a state budget. We understand that today the army expenses are huge. That's why we cannot compare, for example, this line of expenses with the line of expenses on the Suspilne Mовлення. So all the comparisons should be valid and accurate. For us, it's important to do this, but there are also some arguments that could be very strong arguments when we will be demanding a slightly higher budget for our operation. Thank you, and we will continue. And I believe that here we are ready to open the floor for Andriy Taranov, member of the management board of the Public Broadcasting Company of Ukraine. We have heard the information on the financing model of Ukraine.
Now we can talk about the content and our best practices of the content that we can also show in our discussion with our colleague. Thank you, Irina.
По-перше, звісно, хочеться почати з того, щоб ще раз подякувати всім нашим.
So I thank to all our donors and partners, to different, to our European colleagues from European Broadcasting Union that are still helping us to develop new things and moving forward, be stronger. Exactly those problems that we were discussing the whole day. So I would like to pay your attention on three things.
Важливими напрямками в тому, щоб в нашому розвитку нашої
So the development of international cooperation and foreign partners to do things that which will move us forward and to be useful not only to Ukraine but to the continent in general. Due to the amendments to the law, we have co-production opportunity. I'm not a lawyer, and I understand that there will be a lot of current issues to be resolved to understand how it's possible. But if it is possible, so I think that here we have a large space for discussion, and we have to bring the information to foreign listeners and consumers of the information about Ukraine. And we heard a lot about our colleagues from EBU about the opportunity of joint project, our legal opportunity to start these discussions will move us to joint projects. So it will be related with the documentary movies because we have to fix what is happening now. This is the information that will be living for many years to come. This is a place where we have efficiently to work with our international partners and donor organizations, parliaments, governments, so we could make it eventually happen. So I think that the most important part, and what we learn from our colleagues and try to move forward together, what is the BU token? It is spinning around AI and AI technology. We understand that we will not have $1 billion and $2 billion in cash in any case. Of course, we blame state, but we understand that we will never have so many money like Russian state media. We have to be smarter. We have to be modern and we were using experience of our news content via Eurovision system, not the context, but this is distribution of news. That is why this system now is actively developing from EBU and using many languages, French, German, English, but any language of any country of the European Union. And we started this communication in Madrid recently. We will continue the development to translate our topics via AI and to any community in the European Union. So any acceleration of this process shall be costing less and having better result. In Moscow, 3 billion would saw on such a project. Last but not least, but I think we are grateful to the activity of communication with the European Broadcasting Union at the level organization in general and colleagues. Ukraine now on the radars of a broader view, and we should not be suppliers of bad news. We are perceived as and we admit that we are perceived as equal family members participating in cultural, educational, and other type of projects in a broader way rather than the news supply. Our active position also is to take participation in these projects. We are grateful to European Broadcasting Union, which is the driver of funding of such stories. Also, if we will be creating something with our colleagues, it will be the strategy for us as Suspilne broadcasting, public broadcaster, and EBU. So this is how we should do our international cooperation. It's a good plot line how Ukrainian Suspilne broadcaster become a best practice that we can talking about global family of public broadcasters. My practice on radio culture. And these are the results of 1 year when the shortlist of Audio Doc Festival in Reykjavik, our radio documentary project became on the shortlist. It's a tendency that Taranov mentioned, and in 2 days we will have the forum of podcasts in Oslo, where podcast elaborated by Suspilne Radio Culture will be one of the 10 that will be presented for 2 days of the festival. It's a radio documentary project. This time it is not related with the war, but it's a radio notes of different travelers about Ukraine, and this contact will be in the catalog presented in other languages for other public broadcasters. So now it's a demo page is over. We continue our discussion. The floor is given to Harchenko, a member of Supervisory Board of the Public Broadcasting Company of Ukraine, Suspilne Ukraine, and we can talk about the achievements and some challenges. Thank you, colleagues, for the invitation. In fact, it's easier for me and harder because many of things been already mentioned, starting from the first panel, which I wanted to say. So it was already said. So I've been crossing out a lot of points. So I will try and be shortly about things that are important, in my view. As Ms. Radka mentioned in your speech, with the tasks provided by public broadcasters, European and Ukrainian. But I will note that in current conditions of full-scale Russian aggression, our Suspilne has additional tasks to perform, which are not actually featured for other public broadcasters, and many our colleagues mentioned that radio broadcasting being informing about evacuation, in mean integration. There were a lot of address. At that time, there was a occupied territories, or being territory temporarily occupied, to inform, and with the capacity of radio broadcaster it was performed. It was a question of security, and according to the law about public media should perform one of these functions to ensure truthful information, public information in times when the events are a danger to human beings. So Suspilne Ukraine does that. To fix the crimes, war crimes. It's not about broadcasters in regional broadcasters. The journalists fix the events. One of the first, or are already, during the shelling, they fix these crimes with public organizations, with law enforcement bodies, provide documentary enforcement of Russian aggression and war crimes committed. Also task to create standards of broadcasting in Ukraine in general. I want to remember that starting from temporary occupation of Crimea, when there were no opportunity how Suspilne elaborated recommendations in terms of the Crimea situation. This is the function of methodological standardized character for journalism in general. So it's broader. So I am approaching the idea that it's not media in a classical understanding. Now it's broader rather than media. It's a part, this is institution of the public of Ukraine in general. And about the standards, during few weeks, as representatives of the government and MPs, I fixed for myself when we were different contexts, we were actually had a reference on Suspilne that you omitted in some comments or etc. It does say that the Suspilne becoming standard of public broadcasting, and independent monitoring shows that, and in Institute of Mass Information, Detector Media, in terms of participation of Suspilne in the marathon. So it's one of the important functions that, except as a colleague said about sharing of content. To West auditory, that the Suspilne on temporary occupied territory, this is broadcasting on temporary occupied territories, which is extremely important. In the Suspilne news and opportunity to knock on doors to people, and statistics mentioned how many Ukrainian citizens made a choice to learn Ukrainian at temporary occupied territory. This is connections us with them. It's not. This is the issue of integration and not to lose the connection. And Suspilne ensures important function of public dialogue, democratic traditions. Many of our Western colleagues have certain discussions and fears that in terms of marathon, different articles, but Suspilne for the count of standards, and with the help that we create new formats. And I think that Andrei was present here about creation. First, Suspilne, during large-scale aggression, we launched talk show with representatives of servants of people, party, political, etc. Opposition was ensured. And what is important, it's not was the political issues, but the separate social bloc about reintegration, about discussion, about how the role of model of the developing Ukrainian society should be. Another point about the function and uniting with them, even we enrich with the aid of European Broadcasting Union, we enrich European broadcasters with exchange of practices and experiences. For instance, broadcasters from Baltic states asked about methodological aspects. How come we can broadcast if we will have the situations like Ukraine had in terms of aggression of Russia? Even the Japanese learned from natural disasters. There were no answers what we have done through, what we have gone through for the count of our experience of enrichment of the Europe. So it's important role that we perform for the Europe and not only. So it's important question. Ms. Radka mentioned the trust. So I'd like extend this speech. In the Eurobarometer, Europol, trust is important. This is a sociological service of European Commission. There is trust, but partially. There is a term, desire to get truthful news from whom. So here we have double actually load that they want from the European Union to receive truthful news. In Ukraine, it is 60% Suspilne Ukraine share. In every country, 73% in Finland, 22% in Poland. But here you have direct correlation with the funding. The more broadcasters of Europe have independent and forecasted funding from their citizen, I would call it, not state taxation, but the funding from citizen. And they use more demand because they work in the interest of independent citizen. 22% Poland, 23% in Greece, the model of funding, the share funding of grants. As far as it's not for Ukraine, in European broadcasters no less than 10%. So the question is, the interests of Suspilne broadcaster. So we work for the public, but we do not get money. Or we have to work partially within the interest of the political party in power that allocates the funds. So this is the example and the issues that stipulated to Ukrainian broadcasters. So the study of the issue raised in 2021 to Hungary from the European Commission about the rules of state finances, so such problem still exists. In terms of Ukraine, our situation, as we see, is different. As Ms. Evgenia mentioned, those models that are more extended in the countries of European Union, they are difficult to adapt it to us, national peculiarities. So the answer should be simple: we have to execute law. And this is not the funds, the money of Suspilne and the money of other broadcasters. These are the money of the Ukrainian public. And so we reached the agreement that this money are allocated to the interests of the public, because broadcasters work not in the interest of the majority or with the commercial attractiveness like commercial broadcasters, but in the interest of all social groups. Again, we raised interesting question. Rephrasing conditionally. First, give us evidence that you are interested, and then we will give you the money. It doesn't work such a way.
Дослідження, а принаймні
And as to the broadcasting trust and funding, it is shown that the higher funding by 10% add up from 0.4, 0.5 market share to the broadcaster. For us, it's important to understand where to get money, and then our market share will be higher. And we should retain the standards they have a very wide coverage, but if we get to the relevant indicator, what is the share of audience out of 4 million reads this or that post? 36, 39% only. And if we actually take all the Telegram channels of the Suspilne Mовлення, it's ranking the second. If you take the media as a whole, the share is different, not lower by 4%. And we could say that this content is interesting and the audience put a focus on it. Telegram channels of Suspilne are also sometimes goes up to 50%. We understand that we don't have commercial channels, but it's very critical for us to acknowledge that we need funding and budgets not only for the content, distribution issues are so well, advertising also so critical. Just to produce content, it's critical, it's important, but also there are some other segments of operation. There are different instruments that could be in use, and they exist in the European Union, in the institutions of different international institutions and organizations that could be used. But for us, it's important actually to reach the agreement, and this is also concerns the government. We understand for us it's necessary to provide the access for the financial instruments. We understand that in Europe we have a slightly different situation with the public funding and how we could convert, for example, public funding to independence. It's also a very interesting topic, how the level of trust depends on this. We know also the different public broadcasters get the support from the European Union. So the amounts of this support is different. We acknowledge this depending on the broadcaster as it is. We understand that we should be in know all the instruments that could be in use. In Ukraine, we have also one of the workable European Union instruments, and the support is delivered to freedom. That is support to the content specifically. Actually, when the public broadcaster uses the languages of the minorities, for us it's important also, this is a very good instrument and the resources could be made available when we plan to effect broadcasting in this or that language or this or that minority. Also, we should have a full understanding of all the understanding. For us, it's important to have a good vision what will be the process of evolution of Suspilne Mовлення in Ukraine. We understand that we were talking over today the topic of budgeting and funds. Also, we were talking over the issue of the European Union support. These resources no doubt are important in order to strengthen the Suspilne мовлення in Ukraine. And given the fact that there are different funds and we as the state, we are inspired with the accession to the European Union because the European values and now actually Ukraine defends not only our national values but as well as European values. And for us it is one of the principles or fundamentals. We should have the access to the European funds. If we could have the access, I speak about Suspilne мовлення, to the European funds, no doubt it will provide the further evolution of Suspilne мовлення. For us, it's important to understand how this money could be disbursed and what will be the disbursement mechanism. We understand this topic deserves discussions, but also it is critical to understand that Finland and Sweden, they have a very successful model because they plan, they envisage certain budgets, and they understand that this budget will go to produce this or that content. But for us, it's very important to understand because for us sometimes people at the very high levels have some doubts on the reasons for the budget, and they don't understand very small nuances, and it's important that now we should work on a sort of a short-term strategy. Maybe we could actually plan and anticipate budgets not only for 1 year, but for at least 3 years, because we know that sometimes production period takes more than 12 months. And this is so critical, and this will be beneficiary both for Suspilne мовлення, as well as for the state, as well for the citizens. And we understand that when we have a reliable news, it will allow us to fight the fake news. Thank you very much. We understand when they have this or that funds invested or made available for Suspilne мовлення, no doubt it will also could make higher the rating of Suspilne мовлення. Also, what are the best practices? Thank you very much. Two reflections on this previous speakers. First of all, I would like to mention that international studies and research show that in the crisis time, during natural catastrophes, the role of TV, specifically public broadcaster, is much higher. This is my first comment. The second comment is that for the audience outside Ukraine, it's so critical also to be in a full know, specifically Northern Africa territories, Asia, Middle East, but how we should provide the coverage. We should deliver content through the sources of information that covers a large audience in these countries. Maybe co-production could be a very good mechanism and model. And here we, as the USAID, actually they assist us with the contacts because USAID missions are operational in many countries in the world, in the Africa, in the Latin America, in Asia. Also, now we'll talk over the best public broadcasters' practices. I would like to highlight two practices. Is Voice of America. De facto, it is the public broadcaster because it is the international platform and it works to the benefit of international community, but funding is made available by the US government. And Iranka Inyaza and she visited parents in Chernihiv, and I switch on the radio, and because it was a time when I had studies, it was the Chernobyl catastrophe. And then actually I listened to the Voice of America. Voice America gives completely different information, hygiene, to be in focus, stay at home. So these were their warnings to our public, to our citizens what to do. And actually after the Chernobyl catastrophe, I fully devoted myself to the growth of democracy and freedom of speech. And now I work with the USAID supported programs. I would like to highlight our main pillars of the Suspilne мовлення. First pillar, it's truth. Second pillar is independence. And here I will have a very interesting example from BBC. 37 years after Chernobyl catastrophe, this year we plan to have a trip to visit BBC, and the topics to be discussed, the operation of the supervisory board, and we understand also we will invite the directors of some media programs, and probably she will also visit her motherland in Scotland. And then when they get the information that I will be the member of the delegation, Mrs. Marchenko, who works for USAID today, is not allowed to be present at our meetings with Suspilne мовлення. And my argument was, I'm sorry. And we started a long discussion and long debates. We have analyzed all our communication, where I stated what is the purpose of my visit. Then I switched to the process Svetlana and Mykola, and they explained that we have no secrets, and there is nothing to hide. They understand that they give support to the Suspilne not through the employment of their staff, but through the grant-supported programs. And for us, it's important to understand we will never interfere in the Suspilne мовлення operation. And I explained to them that USAID and Suspilne мовлення in Ukraine, we are partners. I would like to see actually, really what's going on, how the grant-supported programs work. For us, it's important, and still there. Say Mrs. Marchenko could be present as the observer only at some meetings. It means with these words they ask me kindly to shut up. And then the third comment is so critical, that is relevant financing. BBC and Voice of America, they got very decent funding from the UK government and US government. And we understand that to be the person has no budget to live, this person could not be the effective worker. The same is with Suspilne, with public broadcaster. We understand that without funding, they cannot operate efficiently. And the role of Suspilne also is to show what can be done through the recovery process. Suspilne Mowlення, together with its regional offices, 26 of those, it should be the source of information for the Ukrainian citizens. They should be fully and truly informed what's going on with the recovery projects, because we should not allow any disinformation. And control function is also very critical. So all my comments, I understand that they are important for the Suspilne Mowlення evolution. We plan to have we will have in future certain events. We will invite representatives of national media. Actually, we plan this event in the mid of October. It will be hosted in Kiev. It will be the two-day event. And let's have two hard talks at this conference. One of these topics should fully cover the recovery, because Brookings, this is a research organization in the US. Actually, they provided the perfect analytics in order to show what should be done in order to have this smooth recovery in Ukraine. And they have invited material of different investigator, journalists, and this information will be very valuable. Thank you very much. We have also approximately 20-25 minutes in order to have questions and answer session, and maybe some of you have reflections or comments. Or what was said by Mrs. Victoria, I'll also illustrate through my personal experience. We plan to have in October the meeting of Radio Committee, and we understand how we could provide advocacy for Suspilne Mowlення. And we understand that it is so critical, specifically and especially in the time of crisis. We understand the production issues are important, distribution issues are also critical. There are different experiences in Germany, in Belgium, other countries of European Union. When, for example, when there is no power, when we cannot deliver TV broadcasting, radio is our helper. And now we open our question and answer session. Comments, reflections are welcome. Colleagues, Svetlana Ostapik, I would like to add to the Andrei Taranov speech some figures. According to our international cooperation with EBU and other public broadcasters over the period of the large invasion, actually we produced 935 pieces of information. For us, it's important. Also, Radka, you remember 1 year ago we were in Geneva. We were discussing the situation with Suspilne, and actually we were ranking the 17th, and now it is because of the war the situation is different. For example, we had the film Collapse. It's a 7-series film. It was what they bought. 4 public broadcasters bought it from Georgia, Lithuania, Poland, and Estonia. They bought this film. And also, I understand that the countries, they've had the experience of living during the Soviet time. They understand that Russia is the empire of evil, and they understand, they have had in practice what they have survived through. And I understand if you have any co-production, it will be also much demanded. And maybe Radka, also you have some comments or reflections. The floor is open for you.
Радка Бечева, будь ласка.
Are you with us, Radka? Do you hear us? The floor is open for you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Svetlana. And I very well remember when you and the management board and the supervisory board were on a visit in Geneva. And I would use the opportunity to really highly praise the resourcefulness, the initiative, and the ambition of the Ukrainian colleagues from Suspilne Ukraine. They're so engaged, starting from having Mykola Chernutitsky, the Director General, being in our executive board of the EBU executive board, but everyone from the supervisory board to the management board to the journalists and operating people, they're super engaged and ambitious and really eager to learn and to exchange practices. So I would fully support what Andrei said, what Svetlana said regarding cooperation, and UAPBC is an excellent partner. We are now actually discussing, Andrei mentioned that there will be more chances now for co-production. We are already discussing with the Baltic members possible cooperation, and we will have a big discussion on cooperation between UAPBC and members from the European Broadcasting Union. I have one comment regarding the funding. It was a lot discussed today about funding, because I mean, if we ask someone to build a house, we have to give him, let's say, 1 million to build this house. And midway, we cannot say, but now we will give you 500,000 because he has to build the house which we want. So this is basically the relation between the remit, the mission which the public service should deliver to society, and the adequate funding. I would say that the utmost importance is that there is a strong and absolutely adamant political will for adequate funding of public service media in Ukraine. Without political will, we could talk until tomorrow, but this is essential. Then there are, of course, the international standards we mentioned today, Council of Europe recommendations of the Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe 1878, where it's very clearly stipulated that the funding should be independent and adequate. Then we have in the EBU our own funding principles, where we say that the funding should be independent, fair, stable, and predictable. And then there is the best practice among our members is that once we have these two elements which are really important, there should be a national debate. And it's very important that the process is transparent and it's public. And there is a public debate where everyone could bring arguments, and where the debate is enriched through wide participation. And then, of course, it comes the question of best practices. We have, as you know, in the EBU, we are producing each year a funding report where we share experiences of our members, how they are funded, what are the mechanisms. We are praising the mechanism of the Nordic states with the media tax. Apparently, it is also not a bad model to have fixed percentage from the GDP. It works in Georgia, it works in Montenegro. It was discussed widely in Slovakia. For your reference, still there's some abolishment of license fees in Europe, but still 77% of public service media in Europe are funded through public funds. And we still have a very strong presence of license fee because Germany, Croatia, for instance, Albania, many other different in size, in development, in circumstances. Broadcasters are still funded through license fee. So, I mean, EBU is always glad to support you in these discussions and in these public debates. We could bring all our information and experience and share with you. But these few elements are really very important, that there is a transparent and public debate, and that there is a political will. Thank you.
Дякую дуже. Далі наступне запитання.
Thank you very much. The next question from the floor. Natalia Shulga. I have already had my comment during the first panel discussion. First of all, I'd like to thank Suspilne Mовлення, me as a person who communicates with the people. I understand that, and that we acknowledge that the trust is much higher today than it was before. You are incredible, and move ahead, please. But I would like to ask you, from 5 to 7 million people are outside Ukraine, and more than 500 million children, they go to schools in the European Union member countries and in some other countries. And these people actually are in the state of waiting. What will take place in Ukraine in future, in the short run? And I believe that Suspilne should think over on the preparation of the set of podcasts. And we understand that sometimes for the people radio programs, because they migrate and not always they could get the access to TV. Also, you should have a good connection with the YouTube and other social media. The series of podcasts of recovery of Ukraine after the war, and specifically what are the opportunities open for Ukraine and to be included in the process. Researchers and scientists now they have very different estimates and assessments as to the returnees. 200,000 students, postgraduate students, and they left Ukraine. You could imagine it is necessary to persuade them and to have them back to Ukraine. And we should start talking over these topics at Suspilne Mовлення. Also to talk over this topic with the parliament, with the government. And it should be the continuous dialogue. And when they get back, also we should understand how we will work with diasporas in future. Evgenia Kravchuk had a reflection on your comment, and maybe Evgeny and Mr. Taran, Andrei Taran will also comment on this. I would like to say that maybe not all of you are in the know. If you have the application, there is the public broadcaster here, as well as TV channels and radio channels, because believe me, I often go in a mission outside Ukraine. Their application is perfect. It works perfectly. It is a very good, DIA provides very good access for those who are outside Ukraine. We understand that also one more comment, because actually in my speech I have not managed to say to this. Actually, as to the national communities, we have the working group on national communities. We were talking over the role of the media, and actually we have relied on some of your comments, because we understand that the news marathon is very critical, and in engagement of Suspilne in marathon was also important, because then you will be recognizable in the regions. We understand that it was the capitalization of Suspilne. Alexei, also education and science are very critical segments. But when we speak about children, we understand that we have a children broadcasting concept. We have prepared it, and it is being implemented in YouTube. And for us, it's important to see what is the dynamics of visits, and we actually analyze it, and also the cultural channel in YouTube. Also, we prepare programs for adolescents and children of different age groups. What you have covered, the recent study and research showed that also in the messengers also we have different informations from these sources that are very much reliable in Ukraine. Your comment on the radio, digital actually is more in use compared to the radio. If we radio is good for certain tasks, but when we speak about podcasts, we don't speak exclusively about radio. Suspilne today is being transformed because we prepare the content for the platform, and then we could adopt the content for different platforms. We understand with such a distribution model, we will have a better outreach with the audience. We understand that those who are outside Ukraine, for us it's important to understand how to provide coverage for those who are outside. We understand that with YouTube, Suspilne broadcasting, also because also certain barriers and certain limitations. We already know what limitations exist. Maybe there are certain technicalities and maybe some changes in legislation, but also we understand with very many broadcasters, Suspilne was. Please use the microphone. Use the microphone for our here is the issue. We have the content, we produce it. As to the persuasion, we don't deal. Suspilne actually is not engaged in propaganda. We rely on the facts. We rely on the truth. We understand that the issue is if we speak about the cooperation with the government, we understand it should be based on the principles and the standards. Victoria has mentioned a very critical item on the recovery. Recovery is so critical because we have some processes ongoing in terms of recovery. We understand that the role of Suspilne is very critical because we understand that the short-term recovery programs will be designed for 1, 2, and 3 years. And we understand the recommendations that are given by our European partners. Actually, they could facilitate our operation. We understand that the public opinion is so critical today. We understand when in public we discuss that issue, no doubt it will be covered in Suspilne. I would like to have a brief comment. Actually, see. And specifically, we understand that very many scientists and knowledgeable professionals left Ukraine. But my personal feeling that after the victory, actually, returnees in number will be much higher than we expect and anticipate, because children who go to school in the country where they found asylum, children are ready to be back home. And they realized, the children say they realized how advanced is Ukraine. Many children, they dream to have the chance to be back home. And Ella Libanova, one of our sociologists and demographers, she said that people should not feel victims. We should be proud with our people. And today, imagine in the US, very many people try to uncover their Ukrainian roots. And we should have 2 victories. And we know that we should have the victory over Russia, and we should have the victory over corruption. Andrea, the floor is open for you. 3 minutes we allocate for you. As to the audio content in Ukrainian, it is very much demanded today, and we know that in some localities the visual content is very popular, but for example, we understand that the fairy tales delivered in the Ukrainian language is very popular amongst our youngest audience. As to the European Broadcasting Union, we are very thankful to all the efforts in support of Suspilne Mовлення in Ukraine. Also, we produce different programs, musical programs, culture-related programs. They are also very popular with Suspilne. And believe me, in the musical program, we have a very high quality Ukrainian music, and also many of these programs and music in them became the hits in the current over the current circumstances. After the large-scale invasion, also in many neighborhood countries in Poland and Romania, also they provided the environment for production in the Ukrainian language. They realized that there are very many people who settled there seeking the asylum, and we understand that they use different podcast platforms, and actually we would like to thank our colleagues in our neighborhood countries that actually give us strong support through their broadcasting to the Ukrainians who found themselves outside Ukraine. And wrapping up our session today, when we have this conference, very many items have been highlighted. Content is a very critical issue, and and on this optimistic note, we will be wrapping up our event. Also, now we open the floor, and let's applaud to the panelists of this panel discussion. So applauses go to our panelists. Friends, time to wrap up. And me, as a representative, I'm the co-organizer because actually I represent the Parliament Committee on Culture and Information Policy. Thank you for your engagement in this discussion. It was very fruitful and useful. But wrapping up, I would like to say that we are the country and the society that is growing. Today, unfortunately, sometimes people actually say, actually, we have no money, we have no budget, not enough collections. People sometimes in the very beginning, I will tell you this story. Initially, I employed in the anti-corruption committee to explain that they did not want that certain budget will go to Suspilne. The point is that when we speak about Suspilne broadcasting, normally in many countries it is supported not only by public funding but people's funding. For us, it's important to explain them what is the mechanism and the mechanism how this money goes. It appears that budget is formed by the tax collections, and we understand when this money are returned in the form of this product to the benefit of the people, it means that the money returns back to the country. For us, it is a three-partite contract between the people of Ukraine and as well as the national broadcasting and government. It means that in Ukraine we have such a wonderful instrument that belongs to the people of Ukraine. It does not belong to the state of Ukraine. It directly belongs to the people of Ukraine, and it is funded directly by the people of Ukraine. Because Ukrainian citizens are taxpayers. And before, long ago, actually I recollect this time, we said that actually we lost the chance to set up Ukrainian BBC. And now I'm older compared to that time, and I'm not sure that we need BBC. And this is my final word. We need national public broadcaster. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, all the participants. And I'd like to say that as for all the staff of Suspilne, they not only survived through this time, and our Suspilne мовлення, the reform is ongoing, and it should be clear not only for us, but for the parliament. We have not finalized the reform. We need your support. We are much thankful for the committee on the information policy. You're our advocates in the parliament. Only the public broadcaster actually could be the co-organizer of this conference, and thank you very much. And the microphone goes to our colleagues. I would like to invite you to our party. To the left and to the left, you will see the lay tables, and I believe that that Russians will not interfere with their missiles in our party, in our dinner. I would like to thank you for your engagement. It's a very important event for us. I'm happy that actually could be the witness of building up and setting up of Suspilne in Ukraine. The reform has not finalized. And one day, I hope Suspilne мовлення will grow much higher. And over the last 2 years, actually Suspilne actually met the objective, and actually it was a strong helper for the people in the time of hardships. I would like to thank all the journalists, all the staff of Suspilne. They withstood, they have not burnt out, and they continue perfect Suspilne today. Thank you very much for your engagement and to the dinner. Thank you.